अभिनंदन. Excuse me, sir. हाँ चलो भैया.
हाँ मेरे पास है वो ब्रेकफास्ट हो गया. कौन सी है Sir, he is
Let's go.
We are about to start the program. President IETE and Chairman TPPC to escort the dignitaries to the dais. Warm welcome to its two-day event, the 65th Annual IETE Convention taking place in Hyderabad, which is a lovely city known by so many names and having friendly and hospitable Hyderabadis. We are honored to have with us today Shri T. Satish Reddy, Scientific Advisor to Raksha Mantri as a chief guest, and Dr. T.H. Chaudhary, I think he's not here, but he'll be joining later. He's a Padam Shri and Distinguished Fellow and past President of IETE. Next guest of honor is also going to join us shortly. And President IETE, Professor Mentor South, Shri Nuli Namassivaya, Chairman Hyderabad Center, and Group Captain Sotpal Singh, Secretary General IETE. On this occasion, we also extend a warm welcome to our respected IETE Governing Council members, other guests and participants. We appreciate everyone's participation. We would now like to welcome our honorable guests with the floral bouquets. Honorable Dr. Satish Reddy, Scientific Advisor to Raksha Mantri. President-elect, Professor Gunashekar Reddy. Professor Jay Shankar, Zonal Mentor South. Shri Nuli Namassivaya, Chairman Hyderabad Center. And Group Captain Sotpal Singh, Secretary General IETE Headquarters. And of course, Dr. M.H. Kori, Chairman TPPC. I now request the chief guest and the dignitaries on the dais to light the inaugural lamp and as we invoke Goddess's blessings.
Yes, sir.
सर ముందుకెళ్ళు
Sir.
Guru Guhanutam Markoti Prakasam Santam Mahakarinadakari Mahakarinadakari Priyam Shikavana Modaka Priyam
Only here we came to
Yes.
Shikavana Modaka Priyam
Excuse me, sir. Sorry. Yes, sir.
Sir, 1 second. Camera,
Sir,
please, sir.
Look here, sir.
Okay, right.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are here today to commemorate the 65th Annual IT Convention at Hyderabad on Frontier Information and Communication Technologies for Atmanirbhar Bharat. This day and to show what IT is doing to help reach this goal. So we begin with the proceedings with the welcome Nuli Namassivaya and educators and related fields to be.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am Sept for the 65th IETE Annual Convention. Welcome, sir. In spite of busy schedule, you make it convenient to attend this one, sir. We are grateful to you. And I welcome you all on the occasion of 65th Annual IETE Convention of the Institution of Electronics and Telecommunication Engineers on the theme Frontier Information and Communication Technologies for Atmanirbhar Bharat. Friends, I am indeed delighted to share with you that IETE Hyderabad Center was established on 11th September 1973, which is added to the Golden Jubilee anniversary during this month, and we are going to celebrate 50th Golden Jubilee celebrations throughout the year. On this occasion, I thank headquarters and given the entrusting this job to conduct the 65th IETE Convention at Hyderabad. In all these years, IETE Hyderabad devoted itself to enhance the structure of the institution by contributing significantly towards the technological advancement of its members in the South Zone. Today, on this very special occasion, I would like to extend very warm welcome to today's Chief Guest Satish Reddy sir, to express our sincere gratitude to you for taking out time from your busy schedule and blessing this occasion with your precious presence. I would like to welcome Dr. Tripurni Hanuman Chaudhary Garu, Padma Shri Award is on the way, and also Shri K. Srinivas Garu, GM, Bharat Electronics Limited, Hyderabad, our guest of honor today. Very shortly they join. We are indeed blessed to have both of you for this today's function. I would like to welcome also Professor B. Ignarani Garu Vilsa, Honorary Scientist, Tripurni Hyderabad, Speaker for 54th Baba Memorial Lecture, and also Professor Arun Kumar from Center for Applied Electronics, IIT Delhi, Speaker for 45th Baba Memorial Lecture. I also welcome all chairpersons, co-chairpersons, and others of these technical sessions, and also extend welcome to all the invited speakers, eminent experts from the industry, and also all honorable governing council members and chairmen, immediate past chairmen, all, and also our past chairmen also, and also distinguished fellows, and also lifetime achievement awardees, all awardees. I warm welcome to all of you for this today's. Hope these presentations of today's speakers by others will be thought-provoking and motivating for all of us. I also welcome Professor Prabhakar Garu, President IETE, and thank him for responding confidence in the IETE Hyderabad Center and bestowing on us with this responsibility organizing this event. I would like to welcome Dr. V. Gunshekar Reddy Garu, the new President, and also Group Captain SPC, retired Secretary General IETE, and also General Mentor, Dr. Jayashekhar Garu, and also TPPC Chairman M.H. Puri Garu for this inaugural function. I also welcome all the corporate members of IETE and students and dignitaries present in the hall. I welcome the large number of people who have come from the other areas. Also, I thank the media and Doordarshan people for this coming all over this for coverage of this function. I am sure that the convention will throw light on the cutting edges of ICTs, which we are all eager to know. Thank you and warm welcome to all of you once again. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for the warm greetings. I now invite Dr. M.H. Korik, Chairman of IETE Technical Programs and Publicity Committee, and one of the best experts in wireless and mobile telecommunication in Bharat. Dr. Korik is an IETE Distinguished Fellow and one of the Vice Presidents of the organization. I request him for his address.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Honorable Chief Guest, Dr. Satish Reddy, guests of honors, and President IETE, President-elect IETE, and all my IETE fraternity friends. Good morning to everyone. IETE holds flagship event of IETE annual convention every year. This is one of the most prestigious events of IETE, and we are very fortunate to hold this at this high-tech city, Hyderabad. Honorable Prime Minister has laid out an ambitious plan of 5 trillion economy for India in 2025-27, whenever the earliest that is possible. The Economic Forum said that it could be little delayed. It simply doesn't matter, but the ambition and the plan to have a 5 trillion economy is the most important aspect of it. It's possible only with Digital India. Key ingredients of this Digital India are the information and communication, in the common parlance what is called the ICT technologies, information and communication technologies. We are here to discuss the frontier technologies in the information and communication technology. India will not achieve this 5 trillion economy unless we don't have our indigenous key technologies in achieving this Atmanirbhar India, and that's one of the reasons why we have chosen the theme of this conference as frontier technologies in ICT, that is information and communication technologies, for Atmanirbhar India. India is using ICT to leapfrog the economic development in key sectors like the health, education, finance, agriculture, infrastructure, governance, strategic sectors like defense, all these key areas in which we are doing, and ICT is used for a smarter, safer, sustainable future. And the important aspect of this is that smarter and safer is important, but the most important aspect of it is the sustainable. Sustainable has two components. Sustainable is, of course, in terms of the environmental aspects of it, to make sure that we develop technologies which is sustainable, but also sustainable in terms of India's own sustainable development, and that's possible only with indigenous development of technologies, and we have the IPRs. It's not that we develop, we boast that we are the largest manufacturer of mobile phones. It simply doesn't, it's important, but the most important aspect it is not that it's just being manufactured and technology and IPR comes from somewhere else. Apple, as you know, that it is manufactured in India, still 20-30% of the value is coming from only the manufacturing part of it, 80% of it goes to the IPR part of it, which is held by someone else. So we need to have this IPR with us, and then we need to make sure that we hold the technology. Of course, it's very critical for the critical sector, but we have to make sure that in all other aspects of it, that we have this. And to discuss all these aspects of it, we have formed this AIC conference here in the frontier technologies of ICT, and what is the indigenous development aspect of it. So discuss this, we have invited speakers, we have contributed papers, we have panel discussions, all the programs have been set out, and with that type of very efficient and enthusiastic Hyderabad team which has organized. I would like to congratulate them on organizing this beautiful conference. I'm also very, very happy to be here because as head of the Lucent Bell Labs, I was here in Hyderabad for 5 years, and I'm very, very glad to be back in Hyderabad to be associated with this conference. I'm sure I'm not going to say wish the conference best because we are the host. So we will make sure that all of us get benefit out of this conference and that tangible benefits come out of this discussions that we are going to have. Welcome all of you and have a fruitful technical discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Kohli, for getting the thing started. Ladies and gentlemen, before I ask President IETE to deliver his address, please allow me to introduce him. Professor Prabhakar is a proficient senior veteran with a long list of academic and professional accomplishments, having considerable administrative experience and has demonstrated leadership roles in the Air Force, academic institutions and technical organizations. He has approximately 47 years of industry experience. He has worked as an academician, researcher, director principal in a number of institutions in the states of Punjab, Haryana and Madhya Pradesh over the previous 25 years. I now invite Professor Prabhakar to speak to the audience.
Respected Dr. Satish Reddy, scientific advisor to the Raksha Mantri, chief guest of the inaugural function, Padam Shri Hanuman Chaudhary, he will be joining late. Then Shri K. Srinivas, Director, Bell Hyderabad, again guest of honor. Past President President Narayana is here with us. And my immediate past presidents, Dr. K.T. Reddy and Dr. Bakal, then Dr. M.S. Kori, GPC Chair as the Vice President, Dr. Gunashekar, President-elect, then Zonal Mentor, Dr. K. Jayashankar, Shri Namassivaya, Chairman, Hyderabad Center, Vice Presidents, zonal mentors, and my colleagues in the coordinating council, corporate members, senior members, and EC members of Hyderabad Center, awardees, delegates, members of the press, ladies and gentlemen, a very warm good morning to all for this inaugural function. Special thanks to Dr. Satish Reddy. Dr. Satish Reddy, we are indebted to you. You have been always with us, right from the Innovation Industry Meet in 2018 when Dr. K.T. Reddy was the president. Then last year, we had a mega event where you were there. That event was for 2 days. It is not only your presence, but your sponsorship of various programs, financially as well as all the DRDO, scientific, other institutions, plus all the defense PSUs, with your help, we always had all the functions to the best of the glory of the IETE. We are grateful, in spite of your busy schedule, you have agreed to be here with us. Thank you very much. Thank you. Mostly you all are aware, but just to put the things right, we have got 63 centers, 2 abroad, 1 at Kathmandu and 1 at PSC at Australia, Perth, Australia. And we are in a very advanced stage of forming one center at USA, other center at Canada, where the members are working on it. I think so within this year's time, both these centers shall be flourishing, adding to the 2 centers abroad, which is a good news which I wanted to share with you. Another area which we have done fairly well is the membership growth. We have added this current year more than 950 corporate members, plus 30 organization members, 25,000 ISL members, 216 engineering colleges more are added in ISL. So the growth of the students also to come in the fraternity of IETE, which is a very, very healthy sign for an organization. Then I would like to again matter of pride that our publication, which is of international standard, you are all well aware, Journal of Research, Journal of Technical Review, and Journal of Education. All have got very good impact factor, and it is a very referred and cited journals. And rather the waiting period as on date in Journal of Research is 2 years, the efforts has been done by the Chairman, Publication Committee, and other staff of the IETE to make sure that we reduce this gap. So we are increasing the frequencies of the, not we are trying to make it annual, and apart from that, adding more teeth to the publication. So my suggestion to the council was there that we make a publication division so that we can increase more, involving more people to have their research articles published. I welcome Dr. Paranshi and Nachali has come.
Dr. B.M. sir.
Please come on the side. Please. Thank you very much. And I request very active voluntary. So it is an honor for us as a fraternity of IETE that he is among us. Similarly, Dr. Srinivas is also Director of Bharat with us. We are honored with your kind presence. Throughout the year, the various activities are conducted at all the centers of the IETE. Even we had 54th midterm symposium at Kathmandu, which was widely attended and it was supported by the government of Nepal. Similarly, all the zonal seminars, E-Zone was conducted at IIT Guwahati on the next generation wireless. Then recently we held a zonal seminar at Pune on the electrical vehicles, ecosystem of electrical vehicles. Now zone again on the cyber security, the important considering the cyber security. South zone also conducted a zonal seminar on cyber security. So already Dr. Puri has touched on this statute event which we are holding today, because for IETE is the annual convention, and definitely the involvement of the responsibility which is shouldered by Hyderabad Center, and the way the whole thing has started, I must appreciate and applaud Hyderabad Center with the Tutorials target students required and there is a 5 engineering colleges. Okay, well attended. This is the way I think we should bring the young generation to our fold. Dr. Nuli touched upon that how the progress we are already going towards the 5 trillion economy. And definitely with the motto of the Atmanirbhar Bharat, which is given by a Prime Minister, nobody can stop us becoming a super nation. And the future is very bright. All the young people, those who are in the fold of the various professional courses, and IETE is always available to hold their hands in the shape of the ISF, IETE student forums which are existing in various engineering colleges for the upgrading their skills, enhancing new technologies, emerging technologies in the area of AI, ML, blockchain, cyber, cloud edge computing, data analytics, 5G and beyond, IoT. So these always they are with us, all the centers, the corporate members for their upgradation. This is what the purpose of this professional body. We are taking care of it well. Most of the information is posted on the website for the benefit of the corporate members. As a president, I feel very satisfied that whatever the verticals were enshrined by our forefathers in 1953 when this IETE was inaugurated, known as Dr. S. Radhakrishna. Whatever the verticals are enshrined memorandum of articles, we are able to continue with those kind of vertical in every department and to the highest of the glory. So this is a satisfaction that whether it's the research area, whether it's the education area, the profession area, involving industry, having industry, innovation industry, so various research activities are taken care of by the various committees, and similarly at the various centers, all what are the skill activities or other special lectures are being conducted, so which has given I'm very satisfied with my lecture. I congratulate Dr. Reddy, the President-elect, and I shall be passing on the baton of presidentship to Dr. Reddy. Thank you very much, Jai Hind. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your wishes for the organization and your guidance which enabled us to conduct our activities in a mature way following the pandemic effects. Ladies and gentlemen, the scheduled program has been slightly rearranged, and now we will be unveiling the souvenir first. So, may I request the dignitaries on the dais to unveil the souvenir and request Dr. K.C. Taramba to come and talk about the Golden Jubilee Hyderabad celebrations.
Please release the souvenir, sir. I request the chief guest to release the souvenir, sir. This souvenir is the AIC president in this souvenir.
Excuse me.
అందరికి ఇస్తారు పట్టుకుంటారు.
Hyderabad IETE Center was formed in the year 1973. It took us a long journey of 50 years, actually 49 years completed, and we are now into the 50th year. We want to take this opportunity to have the golden jubilee of the IETE Hyderabad Center. Hyderabad Center, in fact, has got big stalwarts like Narayana sir, then we also Hanuman Chaudhary garu, and now the recent President-elect Abode has produced some good leaders. We would like to continue the same what we have done earlier, and this 50th is going to be a very special year for Hyderabad. And as such, the Hyderabad Center has got many best center awards earlier. No wonder to have the best center in 2021 and 21-22 we have the second best center. We would like to continue the same tempo under the leadership of Nuli and the local chairman Namassivaya. So this 50th year is very special for Hyderabad, and we would like to continue the many activities that what we are conducting here. Thank you very much, sir. And I request the logo to be revealed by that.
Thank you, sir.
Congratulations to Hyderabad Center.
Thank you, sir. The IETE Governing Council gives its highest honor, honorary fellowship to well-known people in science, technology, industry, education, and related fields every year. We are pleased to announce that Shri Ashwini Vaishnav, Minister of Railways, Communication, Electronics and Information Technology, Government of India, the prominent personality, has been added to the IETE honor roll. As a professional organization, we are proud to honor his contributions to the advancement of science and technology and public sector. Since the distinguished guest is unable to attend today's function, IETE will present this honor to the recipient in his workplace or at another appropriate function. Same way, IETE Lifetime Achievement Award is another annual award given to noteworthy individuals for his lifetime achievements to the field of electronics, telecommunication, information technology, as well as for recipients' major contribution to the growth of IETE. This year, there are two recipients of this award. Professor Dr. M. Bharat, Distinguished Fellow IETE, and Dr. Shyam Sundar Agrawal, Distinguished Fellow IETE, Director General, KIIT Group of Colleges, Gurgaon. Professor M. Bharat is awarded the IETE Lifetime Achievement Award in appreciation of his seminal contributions to the field of electronics and telecommunications and his long-standing commitment to IETE. So may I request President IETE and the Chief Guest to present IETE Lifetime Achievement Award to Professor Dr. Bharat.
Sir, excuse me, sir. Total picture.
You give this.
Sinana, మీరు
He is a guru of what you call Gulbarga sub-center. Kalburgi has become center and 500 membership history created in India by this center under his leadership.
Thanks, sir.
Have this tie also from Prabhakar. Abhi, ఎవరో ఇస్తానండి.
Hold it.
How young is he? Now ask how old? How young?
Old doesn't mean that actually
Yeah,
we are
it doesn't
old.
mean-
Old is just asking the age.
Sir, it's an honor.
IETE are elected annually by IETE Electoral College based on their exemplary work and contributions to the field of electronics, telecommunication and related fields. This year, Brigadier Vijay Kumar, having over 3.5 decades, he has commissioned in Indian Army from Indian Military Academy in the Corps of Electronics and Mechanical Engineering in December 1972. He is an active member of IETE and served governing council for 6 years.
It's an honor to be here.
So in recognition of his contribution to the field of telecommunication, lasers and photography, his vast experience in the equipment management and his immense contribution to IETE, he has been elected as a distinguished fellow of IETE.
It is an honor. Thank you, Chairman. Artist come.
Congratulations. Make announcement regarding election of President IETE.
As President of the Institute of Electronics and Telecommunications, there is the Chief Guest to install IET's new President Professor Kulsekar Reddy as President IETE for the term 2022-20.
Thank you, sir. Now it's time to pay farewell to Professor P. Prabhakar, the outgoing president of IETE, and thank him for his dedicated service to the organization. May I request the chief guest to present a memento to Professor P. Prabhakar as a token of our thanks.
Yeah, very good. You give it to him. You put that out. Very well. Well done. Thank you, sir. IETE is indebted to you for your services, what you have done.
Thank you. Gunashekar Reddy, who is a professor at the Mahavir Institute of Science and Technology in Hyderabad and a former Deputy Inspector General of Police for the state of Andhra Pradesh with 18 years of police service. He has over 43 years of experience in information technology and telecommunications, 35 years of service to IETE in various positions, elected to Governing Council for 3 terms. He was consultant for Tirumala Tirupati Devasthanam's Tirupati for secure communications. He has a great deal of experience working for the United Nations Police, Kosovo, Greyhounds and anti-extremist group as an superintendent of police and in key roles at Bharat Electronics Limited, Uptron India Limited and Videsh Sanchar Nigam Limited. Professor Reddy served as Executive Committee Member, Treasurer, Chairman at IT Hyderabad Center and was influential in its 3-time receipt of Best Center Award. He also contributed to the founding of the Tirupati and Warangal centers, contributed to the founding of, he published so many papers, he is member of many professional organizations. Professor Reddy advocates strengthening centers in order to meet IT goals and objectives. May I request our President to address the audience, please.
Very good morning to everyone. Respected Dr. Satish Reddy Garu, Chief Guest of today's function, Dr. Hanuman Chaudhary, sir. Guest of honor, BL, CMD, Srinivas Garu. Then my colleague, Wing Commander Prabhakarji, Zonal Mentor, Dr. Shivakumar, Jay Shankar Garu, TPCC Chairman, Dr. Puri, Hyderabad Center Chairman, Namassivaya, Secretary General, Group Captain Sunpalji. Thank you very much that I got an opportunity. One is to serve as the President of IETE. I first thank all the GC, first with the corporate members who has made me to become GC members and try to come to this position. All my thanks to all the corporate members for the immense faith and confidence they gave on me. The second is the GC members who elected me to be the President for 2022-23. Very importantly, when I planned for this presidential career, I served an organization called the Mahavir Institute of Science and Technology for 10 years. The management chairman is not, now this is chairman. Now I have a secretary, Surendra Reddy. Sir, thank you, sir. Sir, 10 years I was with them as a professor and they gave a platform. That's what the credibility institution is. They encouraged so many faculty for their goals of desire. And I can tell you, I could do it with their immense help and support. My first thanks goes to the management of Mahavir Institute of Science and Technology. Then comes my family, my wife, Saraswati is here, my son and my daughter. They all encouraged me that I should take this gym to do some service to the organization. That is how I am here in front of you. That similarly, I have immense blessings. We have seen earlier Teachers' Day that after we say after what we call Father, Mother and the Guru. My great Guru, with all respect, is here, Dr. B.M. Reddy. I am his last student of PhD. Sir, I was not knowing how great my Guru was. In most of the times like this in IETE function, Dr. Deekshitulu used to tell himself, Namassivaya Reddy is the Shishya of Dr. B.M. Reddy. So, thank you very much, sir, that you are here in my presence. Similarly, I have a very close friends, you know, like I served 18 years in police. I have very versatile police officer, Dr. Kiran Kumar. He is Assistant Commissioner, Police, Bodhan sir, and sir, he also served in IETE, It's not a praise I am telling. Sir, he has created a network across the country in such a way. So today, I feel, even though I retired 10 years before, I feel very, very powerful police officer because anybody comes to me for any police advice or help, the moment I approach, 24 hours also my friend is not taking, they are able to solve. That is how his networking capability. He is the son of a superintendent of hospital, Tirumala. So I am telling, now all the way he came from Bodhan in order to be here in my inaugural function. So this is how I got blessing of everyone that I have to do something. I will not take much more. As I said, now with all the support of the GC members, corporate members, we like to do something which people will remember our tenure of our team. This is my desire, sir. More than that, everybody, as my president earlier talked about the goals of IETE. You all are here to forward, make forward, and with all we have very good advisors. Dr. Satish Reddy Garu is a very strong supporter of IETE. Right from when I was the chairman, I used to see him. He also likes to go for a lot of what you call meetings of Institute of Engineers, and sir has an affinity in particular to IETE. I am very grateful that he is here, and that too I happen to take my charge as what you call president at the place where I am staying.
Yes.
So see, I was so happy. Now sir, it is customary. I am very quickly announce my team members, because the customary that I should announce. Now, sir, the chief guest and guest of honor and some of the members who are here, the team members along with me for this 2022-23 are not big list. First I have to talk about the vice presidents. Dr. Jaishankar. Dr. Bharat Gadge is not here, sir. He is there.
Thank you, sir.
Dr. Bharat Gadge is the resident director with Gulbarga. Dr. D.S. Bormane, principal of AISS College in Pune. Then we have 3 nominated council members. Dr. D.K. Lobia is at Delhi. He will not come. Then Dr. Krishna Reddy, director Namassivaya College of Engineering, is here. Then Dr. Subhangi, professor, Department of CSC, Technology. Sir, she is a very active member. We are very happy that first time I have an opportunity to elect a nominated council member, a lady. Similarly, we had a dream that we must have a lady president. She is not here. Smriti Dabur was our first lady president, and she had a very successful tenure of 2 years. That is the credentials of IETE. That is the important right to use for the women enforcement. Sir, Dr. Satyesh sir, because the desire of our great Surendra Palji was, he is the person who has put a committee called Women in Engineering. We are very happy that the concept is working well in order to what you call honor all the engineering professionals of not only IETE and the women of women. That's a very good services we are doing to honor our corporate members of the engineering women group. Now coming back to the zonal mentors, one is zonal mentor North, Sri Sarat Singh ji is not here. Zonal mentor South, Basaraj ji is also not here. Then West Zone, Dr. Deshmukh. East Zone, Sri Kawan ji. Then, sir, very important is that we have an eminent personality and we are what you call proud to be that he is our what you call corporate member, Sri Sunil ji, Additional Director General. You know, right now he is somewhere. Sir, he last year, we can say, it is our fortune that he has accepted to be our treasurer. Irrespective of his busy schedule, sir, he is a what you call, I have noticed already in his department, he is a technical head and authority of Doordarshan. He has a lot of what you call professional obligation, and with all the busy schedule, we have noticed he kept the financial map of IETE in the plus side, maybe after 1 to 2 years. So I am very much thankful for you for your services, and I am telling is I am honored that he has accepted my request to continue as a treasurer for 1 year when I am here 2020. Thank you very much, sir. Next, sir, quickly, I have members of various committees. Only the chairman I will read because of the time factor. The chairman of Board of Awards, Deshmukh sir. Board of Examinations and Student Affairs. Chairman only I am reading right now, Ajay Papeji. Then, of course, now skill development, industrial coordination. That is Dr. Ranjan, Board of Research and Innovation, Sri Sarat Singh. Then Technical Programs and Publicity Committee, Dr. D.S. Bormane. IETE Alumni Committee, Sri Chauhan. Central Activities Growth and Committees, M.N. Puda. Then Membership Committee, Dr. A.K. Saini. A.K. Saini sir is here. Sir, Saini sir has done. Sir, here I want to tell a remarkable, what you call, achievement towards of the publications. So the last year was, we could get it through the, what you call, great services of Dr. Saini under his leadership of the chairman of Publication Committee. This was already acknowledged. Thank you very much, sir. Then we have what you call Academic Committee, Dr. Korisa, Chairman. Then Women in Engineering, we have added another subject to this was website maintenance of all the centers. Dr. Ashwini Kunti Madam, she is handling very successfully for so many years. Sir, there is a proposal. Last time I was also there. I don't know how far I will succeed. We thought, let's have one, I'm just quoting this, that a member to be a GC for women. How far it will be successful? We are talking, we are discussing, let's see. Because that may be the justice, am I right, madam? We can do for the women fraternity. Let's see. Hopefully we will be able to do something under the leadership of Dr. Ashwini Kunti madam. But then we have Publications Committee, as I said, under the assistance of Sayyids will be there as Vice President. We requested Dr. Jaishankar to handle publications as the chairman. Next, the last one is, sir, we have ISF organized membership. The group captain Goel, who was earlier vice chair of this committee, we have put him as the chairman. Thank you very much. We have other members, what you call vice chairs, we will announce it later. And I am very happy that the entire team, when I proposed, and also the GC members have, with immense faith on me, they have accepted all my proposals. I can say with only one confidence, now I have my, what you call, my ability is very, very high, that I have to, what you call, take my responsibility for the faith and immense support they have laid on me. I will be able to do it with their and everybody's support. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. IETE welcomes you and looks forward to making greater progress under your leadership, sir. Despite the fact that the Chief Guest requires no introduction, it is an honor and privilege to introduce him. Dr. Satish Reddy, we all know how busy he is, but he has made time for the IETE, for which we are truly grateful. Dr. Satish Reddy, Scientific Advisor to Raksha Mantri, is an acclaimed defense scientist of international repute, a visionary, a leader, an institutional builder. Dr. Reddy has, with his technology leadership over the past 4 decades, deeply influenced and impacted the design and development of multiple technologies and systems for defense of the nation. In his career from system designer to chief of the Defense Research and Development Organization, he has ceaselessly contributed to the cause of indigenous development in the area of defense. India's maiden successful test of anti-satellite missile mission Shakti was successfully executed under his watch. Dr. Reddy diligently drives innovation and cutting-edge research in many areas that include dish and denied technologies. Dr. Reddy worked tirelessly during the pandemic to develop required technologies in the fight against COVID-19. He demonstrated exemplary courage and leadership during the pandemic, and his non-stop work bears testimony to his never say die spirit and effectively mirrors the outstanding humanitarian facet of a scientist. He is the first Indian in over 100 years to be conferred with the prestigious honorary fellowship and silver medal by the Royal Aeronautical Society, London. So may I request Dr. Satish Reddy to please address our audience, our fraternity.
The President, IETE, Dr. Gurushekar Reddy. Firstly, heartiest congratulations to you on getting elected as the President. I'm honored to be present on this occasion. My best wishes to you. The past President, Professor Prabhakar, a well-known personality in the country, who has been continuously in touch with me to bring me here. And we all have a lot of regards for the contributions what you have done, and particularly as the past president, what you have done for IETE. I think the whole IETE community gives you their regards, appreciation for what all you have done. Then for all of us, our Guru, the most respected man, Professor Chaudhary, who is present here, who took time to come over here, and who is actually, at any day, at whatever age he is very active. I've been seeing him last 15 minutes, continuously going through various things which are in front of him, the material given, all the notes and everything, preparing himself to give everything. Great, sir. We have to learn a lot from you even now. Thank you very much. Then Professor Kori, Professor Namassivaya, then Mr. Srinivas, the General Manager from Bell, Hyderabad, then our friend Jaishankar and Group Captain Sonpal, and all others who are present here. Very nice to see all of you here. I'm also meeting you, many of you, after a long time. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to be amongst you here, making me meet many of you here. Thank you very much, both Professor Shekhar and Professor Prabhakar and everyone. And my best wishes to the 65th Annual Convention of IETE. IETE, particularly in the country, has done a tremendous job over the last 60 plus years, what it has been doing. The electronics and communication side, that telecommunications now, more we call it as communication, so I am not using the word specifically telecommunication. A lot of work, whether it is in the building the general perception or general idea about what is happening in the world, what needs to be done in the country, how we should go ahead, how we need to move ahead. That is one thing. Second, through the great IETE producing so many engineers in the country. And in fact, one of my best friends is also from great IETE who joined as a scientist, and we worked together. And that man has gone to US now, and he has been doing wonders there. He's a man who has written 3 books in signal processing. He is also from great IETE, and so many people who have got benefited. And that's another way. And also a lot of skill development through various programs, bringing the awareness in the country, the ecosystem, what is need to be done, is one what has been done by IETE to this nation through various eminent personalities who have been participating here. And now today's theme of the frontier information and communication technologies. That's one of the important things. I think the subject is very, very apt today. In the changing scenario, what is happening in the information technology and communication. And particularly when you look at in various technologies, this one technology which is actually information and communication technology, which is changing every day almost. And see, normally what I can say is, once a technology comes, for one more technology, or you say the better version of the technology to come and get established, it takes a lot of time because the ecosystem, the infrastructure, everything would have been established. And now to change and to upgrade it, it's extremely difficult for a system to change quickly. But still, in the information technology area, more than that actually, in the communication area, still that change is happening at a much faster pace than what is expected. So you are seeing from 2G, 3G, 4G, 5G, we are talking about 6G. Is one of the important things what is this one. Similarly, information technology wise, the way the scenario, things are changing every day is absolutely phenomenal today, and what will happen, how it will happen, it is very difficult to predict. So to talk about particularly information technology today, or even in a little more in generic sense today, the way the AI, artificial intelligence, is playing the role today is phenomenal. And how it will be changing the course in a couple of years is one thing what we all have to think and make sure that we are up to date in this. See, one thing is guaranteed. Tomorrow onwards, there will not be a system which will not have AI. This is one thing guaranteed. So we need to be in the forefront of AI and see that AI is built into every system, whether it is communication system, whether it is a mobile system, or any other system, or any other gadget, or any other instrument. It is going to have AI, and that continuously will be also a changing scenario, and you will be having many cognitive even technologies built into it, and that's one thing which will be changing the scenario, which we need to get prepared, and this nation has to be in the frontier of that. So that is where actually one thing, the skill development in that area needs to happen. All of us have to be very focusedly concentrating. AI and automation. When I say AI, I'm also talking about automation. See, these are the one thing which we need to look into. From there, actually, all are connected, well connected subjects happen. IoT. So, Internet of Things, or Industry 4.0, and the way the aiding technology which has come into it is the 3D printing or additive manufacturing, which actually makes many things are quickly made, and that's why you can see today the drones manufacturing industries in the country. Everyone has a 3D printing in his own premises. He prints everything and makes all the drones. So that is where one of the areas where the country has actually progressed also very fast. But recently, I think about 2 months back or so, there was again a conference held, and where Honorable Prime Minister came and he inaugurated, and it was a drone related conference. More than 100 startups in the drones which they have come and have. So this is where actually we are not trying to see that we are in the forefront of this technology area. We are not lacking, we are not trying to take anything from outside and build technologies or grow technologies in multiple uses. Somebody was talking to me yesterday, I think, I will tell you about the gentleman also. So he was talking about Amazon is already thinking of delivering everything and building the software, building the AI into it, and trying to build the roads, which actually delivers at your house instead of somebody coming and delivering you at the place. This sort of things, that everything becomes a real practical things are now. What I say is generally when a technology comes, the thought processes go in multiple dimensions. And we will be thinking that that technology is the one what is going to do everything for you tomorrow. It may not happen exactly that way, but the thought process should continue. In that about 50%, 40%, 60%, 70% will become a reality. So that thought processes we should allow and continue, and we should be innovatively thinking, and so that we are not going to lag tomorrow with the world, we are not going to lose anything, and we are in the frontier. Like what I want to say, as a skill set in the country, we have not lost in the information technology. We are one of the front-running countries in the world where we acquire the skill set. Whether we have used it to do a business or not, that is a separate issue. I don't want to get into that. But as a skill set in information technology, we have actually, you can say, we have conquered the world, or we have been in the forefront of the world. So similarly, in these areas, AI and related areas, or Internet of Things, or we are talking about 4.0 or automation and all that is one of the important, and robotics related. All these actually join together. When we talk about sensors or detectors or automation, then robotics, Industry 4.0, Internet of Things, and artificial intelligence, all this work together. Is one thing where we need to see that we are in the forefront, we are not going to lagging with respect to the world, or otherwise we are going to lead the world in this which we need to work in. Because we have we excellently doing well in the information technology as a skill set side, so we need to see that. So that is one responsibility IETE can pick up, where we are seeing that we are not going to lose it, and we are trying to see. So like actually if you ask me, in our, we have a university in Pune called DIETE. So we started 2 certified courses which are very, very standard, world standard courses for people. Each I think about 3 months course or something like that. AI is one course, another is cyber. Cyber is also very, very important today in the present scenario. So we got already, I think we have trained about 2,000 students in that certified courses, both AI and cyber. So this is one thing probably IETE also can take in these areas, how to train the people in the IoT or the industry 4.0 or automation, AI and related areas is one thing you want to definitely need to see. So this is one thing generally I thought of. Second, communications is one thing where things are quickly changing. We are talking about 5G and people are also talking about 6G. So there are, I feel, there are many aspects, many speakers are going to come, there are so many experts who are going to come and talk. I have seen the list, whether Hanuman Chaudhary will be talking later. I am seeing Professor Arun from IIT Delhi or Prof and all that. They will be dealing with very, very specific things. But when I talk about it, so if we are migrating today from 4G to 5G, and then we say here in our theme, Atmanirbhar, this is one thing where we have to very specifically think and see what we should do. When are we users of this 4G, 5G, 6G, or we are going to make everything in the country? What is Atmanirbhar? Atmanirbhar is self-reliance. What is the Honorable Prime Minister has given the directive to this country? See, if you see, I keep telling everywhere, if you see the way the evolution of his call to the nation has come, first he said that we have been importing a lot of things and directly we have been using here. So he gave a call for making India. You make them in the country. So whether it is a collaboration or you are able to make yourself or they themselves are coming and establishing here and all that, but that is made here in the country. So skill set will come, employment will come, revenues will come, probably because of the manufacturing, some understanding, knowledge, base, everything comes into one. After that, he gave the call for Atmanirbhar, that is self-reliant India. What is self-reliance? Self-reliance is, if you put it, let's say, it is design, development, you have a capability to design, you have the capability to develop here, and you have the capability to produce them in the volumes what you require is a definition of Atmanirbhar. Or in other words, you have the complete know-how, you have the complete know-why, and so you are able to do it here, you are able to develop here, and you are not dependent on anybody that they can stop supplying those things and then you will be able to supply a part. So you have the capability to do in the country. Yes, not that you need to produce everything in the country, which is commercially off-the-shelf available, and so it is more economical to buy and makes your cost low. Yes, definitely, you can definitely have those things still buy. But what actually is important, which is the critical strategic things. I was just mentioning about Professor Atmanirbhar and he has come here. Okay. Welcome to him. Come, sir. Come, sir.
Sorry to interrupt.
That's right.
So, when we say this, know-how, know-why, you are able to develop, you are able to produce here. Most of the communication equipment, what we use in the country, is from outside. How do we change that? How do we have everything produced here in the country? The complete packet, when we say that I have a 4G or a 5G or a 6G or a system, everything are put here. The back-end equipment what is available or the front-end equipment is made in this country. That is actually makes in the communications when we say Atmanirbhar, self-aware. Not that everything I buy and then I do integration here and then provide the services is different. Providing services is excellent, that is the thing. But providing services using the equipment, what we have designed, what we have developed, are not we are dependent on somebody else, is what are. So we need to look into that and we have to see how we are progressing. And also, we also have to see, are we in the right course? Is somebody else setting our course or we are setting our course? Is it 5G in the right path or 6G in the right path or whatever the communication thing we are thinking? Is it really the right path? Let's say, is it really when we say 5G, 6G? What is that we will require? Particularly, there are three aspects what we will. One is bandwidth. Second is bandwidth at what rate, what speed we are doing. Second thing is latency. And then there is the connectivity for the volumes what. These three things should be available, should be provided. Is it that what we are thinking will be providing this to nation? Or otherwise I do something and then later I understand that there are lots of problems with that. No, it is not this one. I have to go for the next generation technology. And the whole infrastructure what we have made here should not go waste. We should not just spending too much on it and then looking for the other. So this is one thing. Actually the communication people who are in the nation should be looking into it. What is the right and further what is the equipment we need. That equipment what we require in the nation, we should be developing here and we should be producing here. And then the Atmanirbhar will come in. This is one. Second, the changing thing is, one more thing what we look at is the quantum technologies which are enhanced, both in computing and also in the communication. This is one more area where we all have to concentrate because the world is moving such. A lot of quantum computers are already come, people are using them and trying to use them. People talk about 15 qubits, 25 qubits or 55 qubits or somebody talks about 100 qubits or whatever it is. And people are also using. We should not be lagging there. Similarly, the quantum communication, whether it is between on the ground or satellite-based communication or various strategic communications or the communications which are required by the security of the nation, is connected to the security of the nation, or whatever it is one more area where we have to concentrate, both the academic institutes and R&D organizations and the institutions like IETE need to promote is another thing what we need to see. So these are some of the important areas what I thought I will mention at a top level. I am not getting into it. That's what I was just telling the people like Professor Agnana will talk about specific things and what we need to do. But that is very important. There is one more thing I wanted to say. Think about how to a particular topic today. Let's say we are talking about quantum technologies or we are talking about IoT or we are talking about anything related to this. And how do we promote and how do we support the startups and industries here in the country? We can have a small workshop, small thing, or even actually let's say we can have the startups in, let's say in Hyderabad, one city. We are all able to bring them, take one specific topic which will be actually helping them for the startups to grow and startups can work with innovation and then come out with good solutions. We can actually have, and I am also ready to do time to spend sometimes we can all work together. And on specific things, we can have a small workshop. There are many people who are actually coming back from abroad also and staying here and working on this. And they are also trying to say that we want to give back and we are trying to mentor these industries. Yesterday only between Yavada I met one gentleman called Krishna Kakala. He is from Pakilism. Again, he is looking after the advanced technologies, development and all that. And so he is actually come back here and he is sitting here and he says that I want to mentor and I want to do that, I am ready to give. Please tell me I am there. I can talk to him and get him. So I am just just giving one example, there are many people like that. So IETE can take up very focused things like this and so make IETE presence as a vibrant presence. On the skill development side, secondly the ecosystem, and third mentoring through various people who are issues we are all having, utilize their services and mentor these startups in trying to come out with the most advanced technologies, which actually make the country not only self-reliant, and you are in the frontier actually, as you rightly put the word, you are in the frontier technologies development and we are coming out. So this I think IETE should definitely take up, work out. And whatever bit I can do, I can definitely do, I can participate also. And I'm also actually more and more working every day with various experts, startups and all these technologies. That is how we can actually deal with this. Communication, when I actually went to Delhi, I've seen everything here. You want a router, you have outside here. And so that is where actually we concentrated to get some routers developed in the country and things like that and all that. You buy a server, everything is outside. So you can't have, I can't use a equipment from outside and say that I am secure. It is not possible. So you need to have everything. So those things let us focus. We can use some small team, experts can sit here, maybe 5, 6, 7 people. In that you select 1 or 2, 3 teams, and those teams let us focus. So that is what I suggest, and all of you can think about it and work. And in the end, I generally had one comment which I mentioned also. This having the Prashant IETE for 1 year, I think by the time we understand what is what and all that, this term is over. Probably you can think of it. It is just a session. I don't know whether you take the session or not. But the other thing, probably at least about 2 years is there. It will happen. Otherwise, you are continuously rotating only and things like that. And some thought process you want to have maybe need to be bigger. So it's just what I came to my mind and thinking. And my best wishes to you. And my best wishes to this convention what you are having for 2 days. I wish it's a great success. And chop out your plan, work out and go ahead. And my best wishes to you and your team who are going to be very active. And we can see that. Thank you very much for inviting me here.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your words of wisdom. And thank you for joining us on this momentum occasion. We appreciate your time spent speaking with our fraternity. Thank you so much. Now, I'll request President IETE and the Chief Guest to present the Best Center and Sub-Center Awards. The Best Center and Sub-Center Awards are prestigious awards given each year by IETE to the best performing centers, sub-centers. The winners are chosen based on number of factors such as the number of students enrolled, annual growth, and the performance and the activities of the center. The winners of the Best Center Awards decided by the Governing Council of Institution this year are, first prize goes to IT Bangalore Center, and I invite Chairman of the Center and his team members to please come on the stage. Come to the front, sir.
Thank you.
And past chairman.
G. Ramesh. Sir, it's so children.
Congratulations. Well done, well done. Well done. Well done. Well done. Very sound. Great show.
మధ్యలో వాటర్ చేసుకో కెమెరా కార్నర్ లో దాంట్లో వీడియో పెట్టాలి ఇక్కడ ఇద్దరే ఉన్నా ఇక్కడ అందరూ కట్ అయిపోతుంది కెమెరా మూలకేసి చూస్తే మనకి డీడీ పంపించాలి కదా దూరం సెంటర్ రాదు మీరు కరెక్ట్ ఓకే చూసుకో మీరు ఇంపార్టెంట్ అంటావా ఓకే ఒకసారి చూడండి
Okay.
Excuse me.
Congratulations. Very nice. Good job. Sridhar Babu, very good. Dr. Saab. Namaskar. Very good.
Thank you so much, sir. No, yes, take care of them. ఒకసారి చూడండి సార్ ఒకసారి చూడండి మేడం లుక్ హియర్ మేడం
Congratulations.
Second position in this category goes to IETE Nashik Sub-Center. May I request Dr. Dinesh Chandwarkar, Chairman Nashik Sub-Center.
Chandwarkar is not here. Mr. Badane, Secretary IETE.
Secretary IETE.
Mr. Badani from Nashik.
Look here, sir, look here. Excuse me, sir. Pune. All the Maharashtra region is a very vibrant, sir. सर एक्सक्यूज थोड़ा पीछे और
You also can come Pune.
Why not Ashwini Kutte, madam?
Okay, thank you.
She was the zonal mandal.
Thank you. And this is to all winners. I now request the chief guest, Dr. G. Satish Reddy, to honor and felicitate Dr. Professor.
Excuse me, sir. थोड़ा पीछे है.
Okay.
Look here, sir. Look here. Racing the junior, sir. Look here, sir.
What is there in there? But I did from not Jason. So,
Look here, sir.
Yes, sir. Very nice.
Thank you, sir. May I now request the dignitaries on the dais to please.
Very nice. Always with the eye to your pin and
One man will come, others will second.
Please announce for tea break. Now for tea break.
Third, if you conflict your
Subaredi sir. Excellent. इधर करेंगे बोल इधर नहीं है बाहर बाहर
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Please take your seats.
You can introduce yourself. I am from
అనే సంస్థ గత 6 దశాబ్దాల పైగా దేశంలో ఎలక్ట్రానిక్స్ అండ్ కమ్యూనికేషన్స్ రంగంలో చాలా సేవలు చేస్తూ ఎలక్ట్రానిక్స్ అండ్ కమ్యూనికేషన్ రంగాన్ని ముందుకు తీసుకుపోయేటువంటి ప్రయత్నం చేస్తుంది. ఈరోజు 65వ యాన్యువల్ కన్వెన్షన్ ఇక్కడ హైదరాబాద్లో IETE వారికి జరుగుతుంది. ఇప్పటివరకు ప్రెసిడెంట్గా ఉన్నటువంటి ప్రొఫెసర్ ప్రభాకర్ గారు ఈరోజు కొత్తగా ప్రెసిడెంట్గా ఎలక్ట్ అయినటువంటి డాక్టర్ గుణశేఖర్ రెడ్డి గారికి హ్యాండ్ ఓవర్ చేయడం జరిగింది. ఈ సందర్భంగా వారు ఈరోజు దేశానికి అవసరమైనటువంటి కమ్యూనికేషన్స్ అట్లానే ఇన్ఫర్మేషన్ టెక్నాలజీలో అత్యంత ఆధునికమైనటువంటి టెక్నాలజీస్ భారత ప్రధానమంత్రి శ్రీ నరేంద్ర మోడీ గారు ఏదైతే ఆత్మనిర్భర్ భారత్ అని చెప్పారో ఆ దిశగా మనం ముందుకు ఎలా వెళ్ళాలి అనేటువంటి దాని మీద 2 రోజులు ఇక్కడ సుదీర్ఘమైనటువంటి చర్చలు జరగబోతున్నాయి. దేశంలో ఉన్నటువంటి చాలా ఎమినెంట్ శాస్త్రవేత్తలు టెక్నాలజీస్ వచ్చి దీని మీద ఇక్కడ చర్చిస్తున్నారు. ఇది ఒక చాలా మంచి విషయం. IETE వారిని అభినందిస్తూ ఈరోజు
మన ప్రధాని గారి సంకల్పం ఏదైతే ఉందో ఆత్మనిర్భర్ భారత్ వైపు ఈ దిశగా ఎలా మనం దేశాన్ని మొత్తాన్ని అకాడమిక్ ఇన్స్టిట్యూట్స్ కానీ R&D ఆర్గనైజేషన్స్ కానీ ఇండస్ట్రీని కానీ సమాయత్తం చేయాలనేటువంటి విషయంలో ఐఐటి చేస్తున్నటువంటి ప్రయత్నాన్ని అభినందిస్తూ ఈ కార్యక్రమం విజయవంతం కావాలని కోరుకుంటున్నాను.
Kneel down. Kneel down. Thank you. Thank you very much.
The fourth highest civilian award of the country, a distinguished fellow of IETE and former president of IETE, who currently operates the Center for Telecommunication Management and Studies in Hyderabad. His years of service to the government has positioned him as a top advisor and mentor for new age industries. He served as chairman of the Bharat, the Indian Institute of Culture, Hyderabad, from 1989 to 1993, establishing and overseeing 8 public schools in the states of Andhra Pradesh and Karnataka. In addition, he has served on the governing body of the University College of Engineering at Osmania University and as the member of governing board of the National Studies Research Center in Hyderabad. Dr. P.H. Chaudhary is a senior member of IEEE, fellow of Institution of Engineers, distinguished fellow and past president IETE, and publishes articles on different topics in Telugu. May I request Dr. P.H. Chaudhary to address the audience.
Namaskar. May I introduce you all to this girl?
Please, all of you, please come
You can come with your cup of tea or coffee.
Excuse me, you can take photographs later.
And Atma Gaurav, who should not say good morning, good afternoon, etc., but always Namaskar. That is the sanskar of Bharat. Therefore, Namaskar. Jai Shri Ram. Jai Shri Ram. Jai Shri Ram. Dharma. Without Dharma, the universe cannot exist. Therefore, we invoke Dharma by the name of Rama. Friends, I am 91 years young. On the 18th of October, I will be 92. And a man is very change. In the future world, he will become older. And so, always keep that tomorrow will be better than today. If you want to live long, this is what you have to remember. Tomorrow will be better than today. And I will be contributing this. I will be making tomorrow better than today. Each one of us. Friends, I want to mention and highlight a few points that should be of moment to us, should be considered by everyone. Our institution was founded in the year 1953. The initiative was taken by Dr. B. Maliga, the Chief Secretary of All India Radio, and P.M. Agrawala, the Chief Engineer, and number 1 in the Department of Telecommunications. Our institution was known as Institution of Telecom Engineering. It was known as Telecom Engineering, and later on, When electronics has become the basis of all communications, we became IETE. The only thing that is permanent is change. Similarly, the International Telecommunications Union has been changed. Now, instead of observing World Telecom Day, we observe 17th of May as World Telecom and Information Society Day. Information Society. From an industrial, from an agricultural, from a nomadic, agricultural, industrial information society, and for that, the telecommunications have been totally been transformed. They have become an electronic photonic highway on which electronic information can be stored, exchanged, extracted, and added to. This is a great transformation that has taken place. Long will the thing is that long will it be that similarly telecommunications are no longer by themselves a faculty. Telecommunications has now become an electronic photonic highway. It is electronic photonic highway for the transportation and storage and exchange of electronic information as in voice, as in vision, as in data, as in graphics, as in everything. So this is the transformation that has come. On this occasion, I would like to highlight a few points. First and foremost is, our Prime Minister is starting Atmanirbhar, Atma Gaurav. The latest manifestation of this Atma Gaurav, Atmanirbhar, what is that? Vikrant, the aircraft carrier. Vikrant, the aircraft carrier, is the latest manifestation of Atmanirbharata of Bharat. 70% of its components have been obtained from India. The design is totally Indian. We have come of age. And this is the second aircraft carrier. We are going to have two more aircraft carriers to say that we are in blue water naval power. Am I right, Sandarji? Blue water naval power, the naval power. Until the year 1000, the Cholas were ruling the entire Indian Ocean and the Pacific Ocean. Until the year 1000, and Dr. Shivaji Maharaj in the 17th century has revived our naval power. So Atmanirbharata is getting manifested by our ability to design, to construct, to launch and manage. Now, as manifestation, as the standard bearer of this Atmanirbharata in the information technology, we are having what is India's chip making. Billions of dollars worth of chips we have been importing. A small country like Vietnam has got a chip, Intel has got a factory there which produces chips. Vietnam, 7 crores of population, 15 years ago, but even till today we don't have a chip making facility. So the first one is the Vedanta and the Foxconn of Taiwan with an investment of 1,50,000 rupees, and for this purpose, Government of India has introduced what is called a performance-based intensive scheme. Performance related, performance linked investment. 76,000 crores of rupees are going to be given by the government as an investment incentive for any fellow out of the 76,000 crores. Similarly, undertaking the energy sector.
Please silence, please. Please listen to and those who are standing, please come and occupy the chairs. No crosstalk, please. We are very seriously talking on very, very important issues. We are a professional body, work like a professional body. Please sit down, have a calm, listen to it. There's a lot of wisdom.
The second thing about Atmanirbharata and Bharatiyata is which is the source, who is the source of life in this, on this planet? What is the source of life? Sun. As long as the sun's energy, as long as sun is there, we can make energy and power out of sun. So the second mission is solar power. And for this, government has set up 17,000 crores of rupees as a PL line. So PL modules, we have been importing from China, chips from all over the world, and both of them, for Bharat, government has taken a wonderful step on the initiative. We give incentives to those who want to introduce. Friends, for life, what is necessary? Air and water. Alright? Air and water are necessary for life. We are exploring whether on Mars, whether there is any water or not. Once upon a time there was a lot of water. Anyway, now, what this, for the digital India, for the cellular mobile communications, 1G, 2G, 3G, 4G from 1980s onwards, for human being, 5th generation. So the time span for a generation to be superseded by another generation has come drastically. 5 generations in 40 years. Every 8 years, 1 generation is coming. And the 50G that is coming is going to be 10 improvement. The books will be KDs and KDs and KDs, and how much time it will take, but all that can be downloaded. Now, I said, for life, what is necessary? Water and air. For a digital India, for 5G or 4G and 6G is being implemented right out in IETE Hyderabad. 6G is also going to be released for under trial now. Whereas 5G is going to be launched in Deepavali. Now, what is necessary for this? Radio spectrum. Who creates the radio spectrum? Who creates? Nature. The private telephone companies are creating. Am I right or wrong? That the radio spectrum that is required for cellular mobile telephony is not created by government. It is created by the private companies which are licensed. So government has misappropriated the proprietorship of which it does not produce. Now we are having sunlight to produce electricity. Are we auctioning sunlight? Say yes or no? From sunlight we are producing electricity. Yes. We don't auction sunlight. Why do we auction? That why is the government auctioning what it does not possess, what it does not produce? And radio spectrum is unlimited, undiminishing. It is recreated again and again from one cell to another cell to the other cell. Gold will disappear, all iron ores will disappear, all gold. But as long as the sun is there, radio spectrum can be created by the private telephone companies. This is one of the issues that I am highlighting. I have been telling the government, who are you to auction? Do you possess spectrum? Do you create spectrum? Well, then are you auctioning? 1,50,000 crores of rupees by the 5G spectrum. And if this 1,50,000 crores are not there, how cheaper will be the 5G or 5G communications? In 1994, when the first national telecom policy was enunciated, the per capita telephone revenue in my department, some ex-UOT people are here, was 10,000 rupees per telephone per year. That was the per capita income. So if you wanted to have a telephone, 1 year's income is equal to the telephone expenses. Today, maximum output, the average revenue per user per month, maximum is 200 rupees or per year 2,400 rupees. And what is the per capita income? 1,50,000 crores. What is 2,400 rupees to 1,50,000 crores? It is so, it is point something, not even 1%. Therefore, even the poorest of the poor are having a telephone. The situation before 1994, before 1992, when P.V. Narasimha Rao opened the market for private companies, apply, no reply. Apply, no reply. From then on, from the department, within the departments, I gave a guerrilla war. I said this must be transformed into heart-to-heart telephone. Now government internet. Have we achieved or not? Have we achieved or not heart-to-heart telephone? In Tirupati, the doctors are having telephone, and when Adani or Ambani comes there, that information is broadcast to all the beggars. Today, here is a big man, come, we die. So today, for the 130 crores of people in the country, we have got 120 crores of telephones. And many of them are 65% of the smart telephones, which can substitute for the laptop. हाथ में टेलीफोन, हाथ में a intelligent telephone, a laptop that is coming. And it is competition. It is the end of the monopoly. How can you compete unless you produce a new technology using which you provide a service, therefore it becomes cheaper with the new technology and therefore the old man is cheaper. So this next issue that I want to highlight, the Bharat Sanchar Nigam Limited. Of course, I am the master, I am the architect of all the changes that happened in the telecommunications. In the year 2000, in June, Atmanirbhar Bharat called all the chief ministers of the country at my states. We gave a presentation saying why the Department of Telecommunications should be converted into a corporation. Because how can you expect private telephone companies to compete with the government department, which is the licensor, which is the operator, which is the regulator, which is all in all? So, Atmanirbhar Bharat said, yes, you are right. Therefore, on that day, we told him after giving a presentation, don't give any chance to any chief minister. Because there was Basu, Jyoti Basu, the government chief minister of Bengal. There was Karnanidhi, the DMK chief minister of Tamil Nadu. These people will oppose. I met them before and it was something. Anyway, what I did was, he announced after the presentation that from 2nd October 2000, all monopolies are abolished. Both national STD and international STD, all of them are abolished. The devotee will be converted into a corporation so that it can compete. It can take money from the public, either by equity or by bonds, and therefore it will have plenty of money instead of always raising the tariff. The waiting list could not be clear. The waiters were removed. How did they do? You could apply for a telephone on a piece of paper. So we went on mounting, and in order to remove them, we invalidated all those applications and said unless you renew by a 10 rupee prescribed form, you are not there in the list. So half of them disappeared. If you can't get telephones, but you remove the waiters themselves from the queue, then within 3 years it again becomes so high that we remove those fellows. How? We said unless you renew it by 1,000 rupees, your application is invalid. Another 50% disappeared again. So this is how the Department of Telecommunications, the government of India was doing. Whereas if it became a corporation like RGO, Reliance, or Airtel, etc., where are they getting their money from? Not from government, not from some people. They got equity, shares, and they will get. So this is the most fundamental change that has come in the regime for telecommunications in India, the demonopolization. And the demonopolization led to a lot of corruption. Issuing the licenses, you know, two fellows have to gain. Pandit, somebody is there, Himachal Pradesh, that man, Dukram. He was not Dukram, so Sukram went to jail because he is about 85 and 89, he is let out of the jail now. Old man let out of the jail. Another who went to jail was Raja. Anyway, forget about that one. So friends, today the telecommunications are totally transformed into highways. If you want to transport goods yourself or goods, you can go by road, you can go by lake, you can go by air, you can go by water, that is sewage. Similarly, electronic information can be transported on terrestrial microwave radio links through satellite to underground optical fiber cables, etc. So just as you have got physical highways for transportation of highway goods, physical goods, we have got electronic photonic highways on which electronic information can be stored, etc. That's what is happening. And this 1G, 2G, 4G, as I said, every 10 years, and that 10 years is becoming less also, the speed is increasing, the cost is coming down, and therefore the affordability is increasing. This is what. If you want an information society, information, in the middle 1960s, the chairman of the world's largest telephone company, American Telegraph Corporation, AT&T, the chairman said, hereafter they will come, but no person need be given a name. What will be given? A telephone number. And if the telephone number is dialed or pressed and there is no answer, it means that fellow is dead. Because the mobile telephone, it is always at you. Now it is going to be implanted finally here in the hypothalamus. You need not have to be easy. The device will be implanted in the hypothalamus. Therefore, it can communicate just as Vyasa and Narada and others have communicated, as told by Ramayana and the Mahabharata. So, one most important thing is we have to prevail upon the government to see that what the private telephone companies are creating does not belong to the government and we have no right to auction that one. If you don't auction, if it can become cheaper by 1,50,000 crores of rupees, then it will not be 200 rupees per month, it may be 100 rupees per month. Then we can communicate the information society, all the information to me, and the information empowers every individual. That's what we are saying. Friends, another thing which I would like to say is, what is information? What is this network done? In the 1980s, when I was the general manager of telecommunications in Andhra Pradesh, and all the walls and all the telephone buildings I have written there, communicate for work, commute for pleasure. If you want to embrace your lover, then you travel. But if you want to walk, communicate. This is demonstrated during the pandemonium, work from home. In Germany, it is fundamental right now. Work from home, WFM, is a fundamental right in Germany, and country after country is going to say people need not come to the office. No communication, no carbon dioxide in the travel, and no office space is required. You know, banks need not have any offices, all transactions, etc. So this is what we call information society, that is working from home, travel for, commute for pleasure, communicate for work. And what does this require? Just like water and air, it requires spectrum everywhere, plenty of spectrum, easily, affordable everywhere. This is what our IETE and the Computer Society of India have to go on intellectual campaign for the realization of truth that spectrum is not owned by the government. Friends, now working from home has resulted in something what is called moonlighting. Have you heard of this word, moonlighting? 300 employees have been dismissed by the Pro a few days ago because working from home, they are working for this company as well as this rail company also. It is bad ethics. That is why working from home has now become a point of discussion. All of you have to agree. Is it ethical or not? How to control that one? So this is a loyalty to the company. Of course, among IT fellows. How many ICT professionals are there in India? Yes. Working in the ICT companies? 6 million. No other sector employs this many people than the ICT sector, because India is providing all the intellectual effort that is required for world's companies. 60 foreign national companies are having R&D units in Bangalore, in Hyderabad, in Bombay, and Delhi. That means intellectual property created by Indians but not owned by Indians. Intellectual property created by Indians, not owned, it is owned by foreign companies. That is why in the campaign for Atmanirbhar, what is Atmanirbhar? It is not Modi's invention. In 1905, when Bengal was divided, what were the slogans? Swaraj, Swadeshi, Swaraj, Swadeshi, Vande Mataram. So Modi has only reinvigorated that which he was giving us, the josh, the inspiration to be Indian. So friends, now we take engineering education. It is something fantastic. CBIT, what is the annual charge per student? Engineering college, Chairmanship Institute of Technology in Hyderabad. Per year, what is the charge per student? 1,75,000 rupees. How many people can afford? 1,75,000. Now take the IT company's profits. The TCS, of which I am a fellow, I have no responsibility for their work. They are responsible for my work. Whatever I want, they will have to do. Now, in the TCS, for the 2,50,000 crores of income that they have, and 62 nationalities are represented in their 6 lakh professionals in so many countries, 60 countries, 62 nationals are. What is the profit that they are making? 40,000 crores a year. It is 20% of their output. 40,000 crores. What should they do with that? They should promote education. They should promote health. That's what we are urging the Reliance company. Its turnover is 700,000 crores, so many, and their profits are lakhs of crores, only on this company. The greatest company in the country which initiated its social responsibility is Wipro. The Wipro man has given away 50% of his wealth for promotion of education, the university, etc., etc. So, the IETE, as an intellectual body of intellectuals, must exert itself in order to prevail upon the companies which are making wonderful profits. Put that profit for the Praja Samshema. What is that Samshema? The welfare, education, health, and family planning. This is what is. The next time, perhaps the last one I would emphasize on that is robots and artificial intelligence. Robots and artificial intelligence. The country which has got the largest number of robots is China. China has got the largest number of robots. China has got the largest number of internet connections. China has got everything. Yet vibhutinat sattvam srimadukhitameva tattadeva gacchati. Tejo amsha sambhavam. In the 10th chapter of the Bhagavad Gita, whatever is splendid, whatever is superlative, that is a being. Today China is that. Today China is that. That will be like that or not. That is the thing. So friends, these robots are artificial intelligence. Now robots are going to be soldiers. They are going to be policemen. They are going to be bus conductors and everything. Now, what morality or ethics should they have? If through artificial intelligence, they are coming in near human intelligence, humans take decisions depending upon their culture. What is moral? Moral is which governs yourself. It is concerned with the individual, that is called morality. Ethics is how are you concerned with the others, with the society. So, what morality should we teach to the robot? What ethics should we teach the robot? This is what is being discussed in the IEEE. Some of us are members of IEEE, besides IETE. So what is being discussed there is, yes, robots are going to take over solely human functions, but humans have got intelligence and they have got also a rationality depending upon their culture. So the debate that is there in the institution of IEEE is, which ethics system we teach? Islamic one, Christian one, or Dharma, Buddhist and Hindu Dharma. Because a religion means one God who hates other gods and who tells he does not speak to human beings, he has got a prophet. To him he says, convert all other fellows. Therefore conflict. Whereas the very beautiful saying of Deng Xiaoping, who succeeded Mao Zedong, he said, let 100 flowers bloom. Let different schools of thought contend. Let different schools of thought contend. Let 100 flowers bloom. That means the intelligence that is imparted by the Almighty in every human being, that what we have is flourishes. Dhiyo prachodayat, Dhi is intelligence. In English, when we pray to God, what we say, intelligence is there, may it be united. So, which type of morality, which more ethics should we? I have been proposing, I have been arguing that the only universal ethics, which is the basis of dharma, is Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. The whole universe is one family, whole family. Ekam Sat Vipra Paudha Vadanti. The truth is one, but the learned people tell it in so many ways. As Saraswati, as Vishnu, as Rama, as Allah, as Yahweh, in so many ways. So that means there is no conflict here. But if there is a religion, it's a conflict. Because my religion is a true religion, and my God has told convert all other religions. Yeah? Tan, Sar, Joda, Tan se Joda, Sar, Tan se Joda. Should that be the ethics into the robots? Or Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam Ekam Sat Vipra Paudha Vadanti. Sahana Avatu. May we protect ourselves together. Sahana Bhunaktu. When we eat together, enjoy together. Sahaviryam Karava Vakaiha. We will have various dish together. Every time together. This means to hate. Don't hate. You will not love other people, but don't hate. Don't hate others. So, is this the one that should be taught to the robots? Or the religious ethics which says other religions are false, other gods are false, it is your duty, God is ordained you to kill all other fellows, to convert all other fellows. So these are the things which I wanted to highlight. It is not only Atmanirbhar, this is self-discovered Bharat as a Jagat Guru. It was once a Jagat Guru. Lead me from darkness, from initiance into light. Nuchurma Amurdam Gamaya. Asatoma Satgamaya, from untruth to truth, from darkness to light, from ignorance to knowledge. This is the Gurudam came to India because of these. So friends, information technology is helping us in the evolution, Darwinian theory of evolution is right. So we are evolving from human with limited intelligence with unlimited intelligence. That's not artificial. If intelligence is created by man, intelligence is created by God. But now man is wanting to create intelligence and put it in the robots and substitute man by robots. Therefore, we in the IETE when we celebrate the Information Society Day on the 17th of May, we have to go through all these things that I have related and many more things. And for that, an intellectual exercise is a combined strategy necessary. So friends, and to the students, they said CB 81,75,000 rupees. That is something atrocious. That is something atrocious. How do we bring that down? Because you know the largest university in the world is not a physical university. It is based in Phoenix. In the United States. There are 400,000 students all online. So in intelligence, instruction, information can be imparted over the communication network. That should be as cheap as possible, and that's why by contacting the government of India, they don't auction structure. It's not your problem. It's not your problem. You want money. But suppose you run prostitution, how can you get a lot of money? Will you do that? You should not do this. So the standard, 8 years Chairmanship, Sept Devekaro Jana, Sayat Pramanam Gunte, Lokahata Lovatane, as the best in the society, as the leaders said, so many people. The standard of the leaders said, the others will follow. Therefore, Modi, आप कहते हैं हम की बात मैं लिखता हूँ हरिमदीना जन की बात I write a letter to him every month saying जन की बात आपका मन की बात हम सुनते हैं लेकिन जन की बात भी आप सुनिए. Friends, thank you for patiently hearing me. Thank you.
He is our past president also. That is the honor of IETE.
Thank you for degree from JNTU Hyderabad. Since then, he has been working in BEL Hyderabad and has been elevated as General Manager and Head of BEL. Shri Srinivas mentored and contributed significantly in fetching many Best Employee and Executive Awards, especially to women employees of Bharat Electronics Limited, Hyderabad. He is also a certified project management professional awarded by Project Management Institute, USA. Shri Srinivas has more than 30 years of rich experience in all facets of electronic warfare systems and guided more than 100 QCC and 6 Sigma teams, ensuring delivery of quality products from BEL Hyderabad. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Shri Srinivas.
कुछ हाइट చేసుకో చాలా పొట్టు పెట్టుకున్నాను.
Other dignitaries on the dais and eminent people in the audience, ladies and gentlemen, and by any race. Good morning, it's really a great pleasure for me to be part of this convention. As you are all aware, IETE is making immense contribution to our nation by producing quality engineers and enhancing the technical knowledge, not only engineers, industries like us, and through their different training programs, upskilling programs, and making us ready for the future. Now AAC, today's AAC, really it's a wonderful platform, and the theme they have chosen, that is 40th Information and Communication Technologies for Atmanirbhar Bharat. Really it's as Chief Guest said, it's a needed hour and very appropriate, and all the parts of that technologies, AI and all said, really we have to work and really we should make our Indian #1 position. And really the theme who has chosen is really extraordinary, and it's a very good vital team. And coming to Bharat Electronics, as a part of, I am glad to say, as a part of this Atmanirbhar, Sept said, the INS Vikrant, sir said 70% of all the equipment, sensors, whatever warship, aircraft carrier are made in India. And I am proud to be from Bharat Electronics and also Hyderabad and Bangalore, almost out of 70, again 70% of 70. But really, most of them are made by us, Bharat Electronics, with design support from DRDO, our Defense System Coordination, and many other local industries in India. So we are really proud for that. Sunset, many more to come. And we are many other programs like indigenization of many components, like even the parts of mobiles are now electronic voting machines, or many medical electronics. We have started, Bharat Electronics started medical electronics side also. You may be aware that the oxygen concentrators or the ventilators in the pandemic time they are made. And to other like import substitution, all this is government is encouraging, and we are making all this with mainly with the support of the DRDO design or local industries and academia also. And all this, and we are graded by IETE. I am proud to say with that we are working towards it. And I am sure, as the sir was telling and others are telling, we will not only in the frontier, it should be the #1 position. And this, and I wish this, whatever convention today we have, a great success. I thank IETE, particularly the Siddharama who has given this opportunity. And I thank once again all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for keeping it short and crisp. So now I would like to request our President, Professor P. Bharat, to honor and felicitate first Dr. T. H. Chaudhary, Distinguished Fellow of IETE, past President IETE. Madam Chief, Distinguished Fellow of past President of IETE.
Great honor to have you here, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
And
Great
now,
pleasure to be among my colleagues. All IT fraternity.
General Manager Head, BL Hyderabad.
Great honor to have you here. You know that IT and talent, Bangalore, very good collaboration.
Thank you, sir. I now invite Group Captain Sonpal Singh, Veteran Secretary General IETE, for vote of thanks.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Respected Dr. Hanuman Chaudhary, Padma Shri and past President, guest of honor for the day. Dr. K. Srinivas, GM Bell, guest of honor. President IETE, Professor Vikramanand Prabhakar, veteran. Past presidents, Dr. J.W. Bakal, Dr. K.T.V. Reddy, Professor S. Narayan, IETE veteran, Professor Basaras, President-elect Dr. V. Gunsekhar Reddy, Honorary Treasurer Sri Sunil, GC members, Brigadier V.K. Pandey, retired distinguished fellow, EC members of Hyderabad Center, engineering colleges staff and students, ladies and gentlemen. It is my privilege to propose a vote of thanks for this event. A special thanks to Dr. G. Satish Reddy as to RN, the chief guest of the day, who due to his pre-planned commitment has to leave the venue, and his remarks on our theme as well as a sort of role that IET can play in the technology absorption were worth encouragement, and a special thanks to him. A special thanks for the presence of Dr. Hanuman Chaudhary, his vision as well as his special remarks or the words of wisdom on natural resources, utilization and the future. Thanks to Dr. K. Srinivas, GMBL, who has spared out of his busy schedule, he has spared his time and he has made a mention of the way that the IET and the BEL can cooperate and be cooperating. Thanks to President IET for his guidance in organizing this AIC. Dr. M.H. Kohli, Chairman TPC and Vice President, President-elect Dr. Gursekhar Reddy, past Presidents for their guidance. Now a special mention or a special thanks to the Executive Committee of Hyderabad Center, who have put in so much of efforts, tremendous efforts in organizing this program. Guidance by Dr. A.P. Thackeray, Vice President and Co-Chair of KPPC, Joel Banker, Dr. Jayashankar, for this organizing this event. All the participants deserve a special mention because they have made all out efforts to be here and spared their valuable time. I also thank the engineering colleges where the tutorials have been conducted and their staff and the students present at this time. Finally, the team headquarters, IT headquarters, deserves a mention for their untiring efforts in making atom arrangements. A special thanks to our Honorary Treasurer, Sri Sunil, and Doordarshan under his guidance for making media coverage arrangements. Jai Hind. Now we will proceed with the 54th Baba Memorial Lecture. I hand over to Samjit.
So can we have 10 minutes break or
I think we can have 10 minutes break.
Okay. So we'll meet after 10 minutes here in the same hall.
Let him come just a minute, you know.
ఓకే చూస్తా వైడ్ ఒక ఫ్లో ప్యానింగ్ చేసుకుని వైడ్ చేసేసి
Okay, sir.
వస్తుంది అవసరం ఫీజు
Okay, sir. Me like that, sir. Thank you.
ఓకే సార్ ఓకే కూడా
హైదరాబాద్ ఈ మన నగరానికి ఒక శోభాయమానమైన విషయం. 1953లో ఇంగ్లీష్గా ప్రారంభించబడింది. అప్పటి వైస్ ప్రెసిడెంట్ గారు సర్వేపల్లి రాధాకృష్ణన్ గారు దీన్ని ఇనాగ్రేట్ చేశారు. కాలగర్భంలో టెక్నాలజీలో ఉన్న మార్పులు ఒక ఫిజికల్ రియలిటీ కాదు కూడా అందులో అంత ఇంజనీర్స్ పాల్గొనాలి. విద్యని ఇంప్రూవ్ చేయాలనే ఉద్దేశంతో ఆ పేరే మార్చుకున్నారు. టెక్నాలజీలో
I request all of you to kindly come and settle down. We will be starting.
1 minute. దాన్ని విధించిన స్వదేశీ స్వరాజ్యం చేసి వందే మాత్రం అందులో పది మధ్య ఉంటుందో దాన్ని తిరిగి మోడీ గారు వారిని ఆచరిస్తూ
In the next session, we will have the photo session subsequently. May I request all of you to kindly. One of the major events of this IETE annual convention is having Dr. Homi Baba Memorial Lecture. This is a flagship event. This is conducted annually every year in the IETE annual conference. We are fortunate to have Professor Namassivaya as the speaker of this Homi Baba Memorial Lecture. I request Professor Namassivaya to come. Baba Memorial Lecture. As you are all aware, the Baba Memorial Lecture is presented annually at the IETE annual convention in honor of Dr. Homi J. Baba, a world-renowned atomic scientist and engineer, and he was also a great administrator and father of the Atomic Energy Commission and all the associated atomic work which has been done in India. We are extremely proud of him. He has made significant contributions to the development of electronics, atomic energy, in various fields he has done. It's my pleasure to introduce Dr. Namassivaya. He is currently honorary scientist, emeritus professor at International Institute of Information Technology, IIT, IITH. He was professor emeritus at Hyderabad campus during 2016. I request all of you to kindly settle. Professor from 2012 to 16 and professor at Microsoft Chair 2006 to 2012 at IIT Hyderabad. He was professor and head of the Computer Science Engineering Department at IIT Madras. A visiting associate professor at Carnegie Mellon University, Pittsburgh, USA, and a member of faculty of Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore. He received his education from Indian Institute of Science. He did his BE, ME, and PhD from IISc. His research interests include signal processing, speech and image processing, neural network. He has published over 450 papers. He is author of the book Artificial Neural Networks, published by Prentice Hall of India. He has supervised 37 PhDs and 42 MS theses. He is a fellow of Indian National Academy of Science, Academy of Engineering, Indian Academy of Science,
IEEE, fellow of IEEE International Speech Communication Association. He is the recipient of the 3rd IETE Professor SVC Aya Memorial Award. We are proud of it. He received the Professor S.N. Mitra Memorial Award in 2006 from INAE. He was awarded in 2013 Distinguished Alumnus Award from Indian Institute of Science, and his accomplishments and awards are innumerable. I will not take too much of your time. We would rather hear his talk. He has received honorary Doctor of Science from JNTU. He was General Chair of the Interspeech 2018 at Hyderabad, and in September 2018 he was a Visiting Professor of CMA, Africa, Rwanda, and also IIT Harvard, and also he is currently adjunct faculty at IIT Tirupati, Distinguished Professor at IIT Hyderabad, and Distinguished Adjunct Professor at IIT Hyderabad. It's a great honor for us to have him here. I request him to continue about it.
Good afternoon. It's indeed a pleasure, great privilege and honor for me to be invited to give this Baba Memorial Lecture at the IETE Annual Convention. First, when they asked me to give this talk, I was a little hesitant because I don't know what topic I can choose, because I'm only a teacher for around 55 years. I have not held any other position other than teaching position, and also I didn't hold even in teaching position any administrative position. So with the result, I know only how to teach. If I had to teach a class now, I can go on forever. So, but I was asked to give this talk. So what I decided was to and also, the only background I have is the educational field. And as I told you, I've been a faculty at IISc in 1966. That means from 56 years I have been teaching. Rarely I left even a single semester. And even today I teach at IIT Tirupati. Every semester I teach. Anyway, that's my passion. And from that, the only thing I do. And then, one more thing that I probably qualified to talk on the topic I chose in this forum is because I have seen, I have not done anything, but I have seen and passed through over 5-6 decades of evolution of a field now called artificial intelligence. So, please understand the comments I make are through the feel I got by interacting with you, although I didn't contribute anything significantly, I must admit, but I had the good fortune of mingling with people, especially at CMU and other places, the fathers of artificial intelligence and so on. Although I must again, I keep repeating, I am not an expert in this subject, although I taught this course 2-3 times at IIT Madras 45 years ago. But that AI has nothing to do with AI that you are doing. And the reason I chose this topic is very important. Again, please you must pardon me for the strong bias of my views on some things which you don't have to agree. But all the same, I can't talk about your views, so I only talk about my views on it. So that is very important to understand. And so the most important, why did I choose this AI and machine learning? AI and machine learning, you go just outside the hotel, you see board AI and machine learning. That is the advertisements that you see and so on. And that part is okay. What is currently being called AI and machine learning? See? Of course, if I were born and also a youngster like 30s, 40s and so on, probably I would also be brought or told by this view of AI and machine learning. But I want to project the meaning of this AI machine learning now and how it has evolved to this stage. Before that, I just copied from internet because what people talk about AI and machine learning, which I don't agree on. And so I just copied last night, latest. The AI is what we call simulating intelligence. Not my words, from internet. AI is simulating intelligence, and by intelligence you mean, of course again they give some terms, you know, what do you call that, the weak AI, general AI, strong AI. They don't even know what AI is. If you want to talk about weak AI, strong AI, that's my worry. You see? And then machine learning. Nobody knows how that term came in the first place. I'm going to tell you the history of that. Because I have been involved in the whole process of the past 50 years. What is machine learning? Extracting knowledge from data. It's also copied from internet. You don't know the meaning of, first of all, the first case intelligence to simulate intelligence, and you don't know the meaning of knowledge, saying that you extract knowledge from data. And when you say when you ask them to give a few more details, they will say supervised learning, unsupervised learning, reinforcement learning. Did you ever hear that when you were student days? Because most of you are, suddenly they bring these things. As a human being, when in our daily activities, there is no distinction between various learning mechanisms. You don't do supervised learning, sorry. You don't do unsupervised learning. You do all mixed up. You can never divide a task as clearly as the books say supervised, unsupervised, and what is that, reinforcement learning. Because there are many other terms like semi-supervised, self-supervised. And they just keep on introducing randomly something, and if somebody who has published 10 papers on this, it becomes. And that is how the field is evolving. But, and now it is okay, even that is not bad, but what is, my opinion is bad, the impact it has on the society, on the scientific process, and also on education. The society, impact on society, just I don't want to comment on that because there are many people writing. Latest is September 2022, IEEE Signal Processing magazine. I would request all of you not only to read, but also pass it on to others. The article on sustainable AI, one of the best articles I have read. Of course, there are many such articles. Sustainable AI. All of you must read that, even if you don't like the field. Very well written article. You see? And so that is about the societal impact. What I am going to talk about is the impact on education, and of course the impact on science. What do you mean by science? In my opinion, what I mean by science is understanding. So the impact on understanding, the impact on education is what I am talking about. It is motivation for all of this. Motivation for all of this is the following. AI and machine learning. Whenever I travel, these days I don't travel much, but whenever I go and get down at high-tech city or somewhere, you see already boards. If you want to become an expert in AI and machine learning, it's strange. And then that is okay. That earlier it was like that Java, C++, you want to become big data expert and so on, that's fine. I could see those boards. Now, they will also make you expert in AI and machine learning. If it is confined, but unfortunately, same thing now. Earlier it was not the case. Did you ever have a BTech in Java? You never had a BTech in Java. You never had a diploma in Java. There was a Java code. And so somebody teaching a Java. Now they say AI, but there is IETE Hyderabad or many IITs now competing with each other to start a BTech program. They already started. AI and machine learning. And the tragedy of that, you can see the motivation for my talk. The tragedy of that is, how can you have an undergraduate program without a book? We don't have a common understanding of what AI is, even today. All of you have gone through it, I suppose, this subject. I will call you like a test, I don't want to put you together. One by one, and I collect your answer, what is AI? Guarantee that no two people will give the same answer. You don't have a concept of AI, but you start a program of AI. A degree in AI, that is the problem. That is okay, at least IETE fellowship. Obviously, I am also IETE, so we are all great. So whatever we say, all of you have to follow. And that is okay. But then what happened? All colleges, now earlier they had intake in electrical, mechanical, that is 1,000 students take. Earlier there were some 200 only in computer. Now 700, 800 in computer science and AI. And the rest of them are electrical, mechanical. That is also okay. The problem is, all colleges, even ordinary colleges, they started diploma in BSc in AI. And so, you take all the degrees, plus of course somewhere I read, I may be wrong, but they said you start an AI course in 8 countries. What are we going, what is happening here? I am going to tell what AI means. At least I am right in the sense that I will be right in the sense that I have been in this for almost 50, 60 years. Although as I told you, and so I have rubbed shoulders with the giants in this field for several years. See? So let me tell you. So this is what is happening, and what does it mean? All this is, as I told you, you call all these people with a different degree, BTech, MTech, whatever it is, diploma, BSc, and so on, and call them like a Turing test kind of thing. We are all experts sitting here. Candidates come, you don't look at their biodata, ask questions and find out whether he is a BTech AI, or he is an MTech AI, or he is a PhD AI, or he is a dropout AI. Can you ever find out? I almost guarantee, even I cannot find out. I don't think any of you are even better than us to do that. That is the tragedy. And on top of it, we promise that all of them have great jobs and so on. This is the problem we all face. About 20, 30 years ago, everybody has to be what is that Y2K problem. Everybody goes through a 3 months program and gets a job, gives the current job and so on. That is, and like that, software engineer, even a 5-year-old could, parents ask, you ask the parent, oh, I want him to be a software engineer. Only yesterday I read in a newspaper, there is a matrimonial advertisement, if you are a software engineer, don't call us. And now same thing may happen, not for, I'm almost certain, 99% certainty, same fate will happen to AI machine learning as understood today. Please note that. Nothing wrong with the subject. As understood today, same thing will happen. Okay. Now, matrimonial advertisement, you should be an AI and machine learning. After 10 years, you will say, if you are heavy AI and machine learning, don't call us. It's important. It's a very, that is the motivation for my talk. What I am going to talk here is how did we end up here? How did we end up in this kind of a AI and machine learning understanding or usage that we are doing? For that we need to know how these things are. So what I am going to talk about in the next 20, 25 minutes or 30 minutes time I have, can you tell me how much time I will have? Because the problem is you ask a teacher, so you will not stop unless you ask him. So 40 minutes are like this. Another 40 minutes? Oh. That is around 12:20. The 1:20. So the point here is how did we end up here? And what is the, now why did we, what is the current understanding of this subject? That is the problem. In fact, if you ask me, the subject is great. Let us not worry about the nomenclature. But all it requires, please take it from me, I have 50 years of teaching experience. It requires 4 elective courses. Nothing else. There is no other matter at all that need to be taught. You can't have a 4-year degree program for that. 4 electives. That is a big program. And so I am going to tell you the history, how it evolved, how we ended up in this current situation of these terms, and what they really mean. If you follow the history, then you know how we landed up and so on, what it meant earlier and what it meant, what it is meaning now and so on. And obviously those who are youngsters, though they are below 40 or something, They only know this last 5-10 years period. And there are old timers like me, we can't forget what is, we can forget what is currently happening, but we can't forget what has happened before. So you will see. So let us, I will discuss the evolution of, for the term AI, machine learning was not there earlier. So, and then over a period of time of 40, 50, 60 years, how that idea got transformed into something that we now call AI and machine learning, and what is its impact on education. And also the whole problem, before I do that, why is it so popular? Because everybody industry, I had the fortune of participating in some industry discussion. I don't know why people call me. And coming today, everybody says they are producing AI products, but I couldn't hear a single person telling what do they mean by AI. Other than using that term. So anyway, now let us go through it. So I want to talk about how we landed and what is missing. What is missing in this? For want of a better name, I would like to call it the science, the missing science in AI. And it is missing terribly. Unfortunately. And you can see, because of that, again I told you, I did teach students who are almost 60 years younger to me. And but still, I can trace the learning abilities of the students for the past 60 years. You may not agree, but you have to take it as still. They call me and I grade them and so on. Their IQ level, their ability for learning is drastically reduced several times. And so anyway, I don't have time to elaborate on that, but that is the motivation. But let me just now start. What has happened? How it has started? This term AI. Always AI never emphasize the word I. Always emphasize I. Because simulating intelligence, how can you simulate anything unless you understand it? You started simulating without understanding. Just see the reason for this. And AI started, the term AI started, please note very clearly, it was done by great scientists at that time. Radiation, they have passion to understand how a human being does anything. And that you want to call it intelligence. How human being does anything. Suppose I come here and talk. The question is, how is he able to talk? How is he talking? What is the motivation for his talk? That is what they wanted to understand. How the human being understands. And since human being, you attribute intelligence also. So how human being does and demonstrate, please underline these words very carefully. I have the quote of that. I don't want to put the slides. The problem is, if I put the slides, you don't look at me, you look at the slides. But I am the actor here. That is the reason why I want to switch off the slides, you see. And so the point here, and also Rajaraman, computer scientist, said, PowerPoint slides are set that there is only power, there is no point. Anyway, so coming back to this. How did it start? As an understanding of the way, all aspects of how human being does, then you simulate it. So obviously you cannot understand. So obviously you can understand a limited part, you simulate it and show that this part I understood. That was the goal there. It was never intended to build a machine would display the human intelligence. Which is the idea we are selling people today. Please understand. Okay. So now, that is how we started. And also in those days, I am talking about the 50s. What computers we have? One IBM batch computer or something like that, shared by thousands of people and so on. That is all that we have. And most of it was used for weather prediction and things like that. Calculation, nothing else. Then what happened was, the interpretation of the number by bit manipulation that you use for number crunching. See? They thought some scientists or some engineers, some people who doesn't have any other work to do, they thought, can I look at this interpret this manipulation of bits into symbols and symbolic manipulation. That is how. So once you transfer from numbers to symbols, then you can see already, you can also derive some kind of inference, logic and so on. That is how the beginning of Alan Noel and Herbert Simon at Carnegie Mellon wrote a book on human problem solving. Of course, later on, but at that time it was a very 500-page book on human problem solving, keeping this idea in mind. But real AI part, the term AI also got much boost in 70s. Because before that, in 60s, I was already a faculty member. Although I am not in that field, but I still keep track of what is going on and so on. There is no internet, but only some journals. So in 70s, please follow this evolution here. First only, understand simulating or limited understanding of the way human being does things, calling it as intelligence. You see? And so, where is that word intelligence? Where is that reflected here? So that in 70s, it started like a heuristic search. That word is important. Heuristics, machines do not have, only human beings have. And so, can you inject these heuristics in the machine to demonstrate some of the intelligent parts, so-called intelligent parts in the machine? That is how the game heuristic search is one of the initial part of knowledge, or AI, you see. And that was demonstrated, then you have to show on a system simulating. You cannot simulate human brain. So they thought, okay, let us take games like puzzle, chess, and so on, and demonstrate, because chess can be represented in a machine. This representation of the chessboard, as well as the rules of the game, can be represented. So now inject heuristic set of that. That is the beginning of demonstration of AI. Then in 70s, I was also just finished my PhD and for graduate my first student, everything was done, and then I also jumped to US. Then just got into the hub of AI activity in Carnegie Mellon University, where Herbert Simon, Alan Noel, Roger Reddy, all these people were there. Everybody used to talk about, they didn't hardly use the word AI. We know that. It's very important to understand. But from heuristic set, what they did was, they said, suppose you are listening to me. And if you have to take some notes, you take the dictation. The question is, how are you doing it? It's not because you got my speech input. You are using so much of acquired knowledge that we have in taking the dictation. So that means there must be some knowledge which you may not be able to articulate, but if you can articulate and put it, that is what they have done. So heuristic search moved to knowledge injection into the problem solving. Knowledge, and that is where you can see the systems like that. Although I don't want to go, it started with speech and then images. That's why the system that are built are SUS, speech understanding system, image under IUS and so on in 70s. And so please note that the problem that you are having is the blindly solving by means of an algorithm. Inject the knowledge. How do you inject the knowledge? Because you somehow, let us say syntax, semantic, lexicon, all these terms you use and put some rules out of it and put it on the problem, and hence you get a speech understanding. That is, there is little more sophistication than the game solving by heuristic center. When you do the rules, the knowledge that you put it in the form of set of axioms and rules and so on, you are doing it naturally. And when you are doing it, somebody has to put that original problem of speech signal into a form which can be manipulated in the system and put it as a Sept problem. That again, that is the intelligent part, we forgot that. The intelligent part you are already doing, and top of it you are injecting knowledge and so on and so forth. That is artificial intelligence. Please understand this statement carefully. You see? So, but then there was excitement about it. So I was also part of that excitement, although as I told you I was an observer most of the time. And then what happened was, you know, most of you seniors here, you know very well. In early 80s, what was it? Expert system, knowledge-based system. For 5 years, the whole world was bombarded with that term, expert system, knowledge-based systems and so on. And if you don't use that word, they think you are a tribal, you don't belong to civilization. This is exactly why I am not exaggerating. And I happened to be chairman of the Department of Computer Science in the early 80s at IETE Madras. So what do you do? When everybody is telling, I don't want to be a tribal, head of a tribal department. So I started an expert system. I mean, believe it or not, the grade was set that whether civil engineering, mechanical engineering, lawyer, legal expert, medical expert. If you sit in an interview, if you have to ask a question, expert. Otherwise, the people by chance or somebody think that you regard a poor fellow as not an expert in this field. So whether you know it or not, you ask expert. Please, very important to understand the current context. For 5 years, 80 to 86 or so, expert system ruled the world with 85% of the field irrespective of the discipline they are, including economics, politics, everything you take. And so you have to extract the knowledge out of this. These are called knowledge experts. Knowledge experts go and put a microphone in front of that expert and ask him questions. That they thought you are pulling out the knowledge out of that fellow and then putting it and so on. That is how it started. Believe it, I was at the thick of this. I have to do the FP department, I have to run a department. I also have to do my own research. Fortunately, I never did research. So, and I met all big shots, you know, like Kowalski, Korak, all these people. But again, kept away from my basic research. Then what happened? So, if you apply for a job during that 5 years, if you don't say expert systems, already you are not shortlisted expert system. And after 5 years, in 1986, just about 6 months to 1 year gap, is all that the first, I don't remember exactly, I think it was in 86 San Diego conference on artificial intelligence. That is when it was Bharat Costco, who was only about 30-year-old professor, general chair. He goes to the podium as general chair and 2,000 people audience because everybody wanted to get out of these expert systems. They don't know where to go. That is when he said, AI is dead, neural network is born, like that he said. You know? That was the first thing. I met him also. In fact, you should read his book, Fuzzy Logic. Let's not divert our attention. That is when the neural network thing, so this extracting the rules and so on, they said is not a practical thing anyway. How can you may have expertise, you may be an expert doctor. How can you tell that to somebody else to collect all your this one and so that he can throw you out? No chance at all. We don't even know what knowledge we are using in treating a patient. But somehow they are expert in this thing. So neural network. And all of you, I am sure you know, at least senior people know, but otherwise, you, at least junior, those who are engrossed in AI and machine learning, you please know PDP volumes. Even today, after 35 years, it has shelf life. 2 PDP volumes by PDP group, PDP, understand the word, parallel and distributed process. It's not parallel process, it's not distributed process. It is simply a cognitive models to demonstrate certain aspects of human way of doing things, including memory. That is one that triggered interest in this and there, so people gave up expertise. After 87, if you are an expert system, if you write, not shortlisted. In fact, anybody talking about that's why they call it AI winter or something like that. 86 onward till about 96, no chance at all. if you are, first of all, if you talk about AI also, you are thrown out. You see, there are no mention of AI from 86. All neural network. And those 2 volumes inflated. They were very careful in those 2 volumes, which is equal 80 or 8,000 pages, not to use the word neural network. And not to use artificial neural network because they already burnt figures with artificial neural network. And then of course it was a very, everybody there, every Tom, Dick and Harry like me, started doing it and giving lectures. I started giving a course from 87, 150 people registered in the Hyderabad. I'm glad let us collectively share the ignorance of the subject because I don't know what the subject was. Books, everybody started writing. The psychologists write, socialists, politicians write, what to talk of relations. Only fellows who did the pattern recognition, pattern clustering and so on, supervised, unsupervised, in fact even reinforcement learning and so on, like that. So that is how they said, okay, when you can do this, all those algorithm program, and you have to, all that you need is more and more data. And since once you have data, and you have a classification problem, different classes, different amount of data, and trying to find out the distinction between the data of different categories. The take of calling me for selection committees and so on. Even last week I was like, they said, oh, last 10 years. Everybody was in machine. Machine learning simply means that capturing the discriminative data. They say data is oil and some data is good oil. Already gone into the background. Please note that 1998, 99, I don't remember the special AI debate. It was by AI journals. So I think it is Elsevier publication. Here what it was about. You see, of course all of you may have, I don't have time to say this, it is the Minka perceptron, killing the neural network they say. And, but when neural network became popular, in 1974, there was a book written by, I forgot the philosopher's name. Anyway, what 1994 when ANN became this one, the same author came in 96, 97. You wouldn't believe it. AI completed the term itself was never heard. And because everything was data-driven, pattern classification, regression, God, I can give aggressive in these things, but let us move forward. So then what happened? Notice all that machine learning is based on a term called characters A, handwritten and several characters B. You want to discriminate between them, in the boundary between them and so on. Then what happened? Discriminative learning was dominating, it required lot, and all this is fine. And somehow that word machine learning came, there no learning there to call it. You see, but anyway, so 2006 something has happened, else has happened. Although it was known earlier, but it was only in a character. Please understand this carefully. Discriminative learning will never give the description of a character. By knowing this, separating this, you give a character, another character, it will see it A, not B and so on. But it will never write a character. It can never generate a character because it has not captured the description of. Please note that because it's very, very important development at that time. It was same hint, twist, some modification. Where the modification means the descriptive learning, you make it across. The combination of this descriptive learning and discriminative learning is deep learning. Please note that deep learning that you use today has nothing to do with learning, nothing to do with. I hinted correctly so, the combination come and meet you. If one by one comes, one thing that you can, how different this fellow is. You will never be able to capture the description of this. And as a human being, we don't know that. We learn the descriptive and so that powerful idea injected into this neural network in 1990. Lasted well, and I was thrilled by it. You see, so I was retired already by then, but still I caught hold of them too. Then the computing power was, they said even descriptive learning is by a feedback neural network. And discriminate, you don't have a feedforward neural network. It's only a feedback network. It can dynamically. So what happened then was, this although restricted portion in reduced the don't worry about this distributed vigilance and so on, put a layered network of about 150 layers, 100 layers of that is what they call DNN, deep neural network. And they call it deep neural, there is no neural network at all there. It doesn't have any network area is there in the Boltzmann machine area or restricted, not in the DNN. But anyway, that's not the one. So you use large number of layers and give the input and output and capture the relation and so on. And because you are using large, all madness. And all, including me, I am not an expert. Even in 60s, I was a computer scientist because I used to punch records to my boss. And if you don't put, you are not a computer scientist. And likewise, you have gone and now the huge computing power. How much computing power last result is 1.7 trillion parameters model is built by Google. And of course every time they say my error is coming down. Who cares for the error coming down? Please note that all human systems are never to tell what. If you are precise, you will not live. It is in that uncertainty you supply. I will not go into that. So, but what happened is that from 2012 to now 20 years, what happened? The computing power, data. My numbers may be wrong, doesn't matter. Add 1 or 2 zeros, all doesn't matter. 10,000, 1 million hours and so on. But anyway, let us go. And now, I want to tell that part before I go to the next point. So whatever you, this is a discriminative learning in function. There may be a little bit of more tough discriminative learning. Attacking the parameters, I need lot of data. Everything is data. And so everybody says that is the data becomes the most important thing. And of course, you need powerful machines and so on. So then what happened for 10 years? So whatever agriculture, anything that you do, they call it AI. So the tasks that you do with machine learning, deep learning, DNN and so on, now it is called AI. What is intelligence? What is intelligence? For a human being, how do you do a task? Because I don't have time to show in all these quotes, but Shannon's quote is. And he quoted, current computers can never do the tasks that a human being is doing. You need a computer which can do pattern processing. Whereas a machine will represent first and then keep scratching your head out the process. Fundamental difference. So this is so learning means, from a human point of view, it is the pattern, first of all see a pattern and adjust it, link the pattern to the other pattern that we have. That is learning. Please understand. Because we are spoiling the student by not emphasizing the point of the data and then discriminating those categories from this. So please note that there is no contradiction here. There is no contradiction here. They are complementary. That is a fundamental thing you have to understand. It is not that is bad, this is good and so on. But that we ignore. The science part of it, that the learning, intelligence simply means that linking and also storing and recalling that. That is intelligence part of it. And intelligence you display only when you are giving very few hints you display intelligence. Not with large amount of data hints and so on, then there is no intelligence in you. So from you and understanding that is the science. Whereas learning in a machine learning is a distribution capturing ability. That is machine learning, and that is based mostly on this discriminative learning, which requires large amount of data. In the descriptive learning, you don't need that kind of. So these are two complementary. Oh yeah, it's not that one replacing the other and so on. Please understand. Then what happened is currently what we are doing. Already whatever tools, in fact, very limited tools we are using for DNN and we are trying. They do that. Important theory. That you should not do, but you should do. Many of you can see, but what I have presented, they keep on scratching their head. How can they justify this? So at least they will say there is an overlap between them. There is an overlap, that is how they justify. But the reality is this one. They have nothing to do with it. This is a researched philosopher point of view, whom nobody listens to anyway. No. But the academic people are really struggling with this. And what is missed in all of this is this one. We stopped thinking about human learning and human intelligence. That is the tragedy. So I will just, the last one is the quote I want to give. Otherwise, this is what I have copied from, it is not my words. I will just read out for those who are, this is maximize collective well-being. That's what it means. And why are we deliberately jeopardizing the survival of humanity and annihilating the commitment of our talent when more virtuous and trust-quality alternatives are offered by not hundreds, by thousands or millions of factors? That is what I am doing here, and that is all. I will stop it.
What you have concluded, but this is disrupting the core engineering branch. What will be the future after 5 years of the
right? Not because the learning abilities are destroyed by these mechanics. That's why I keep telling you, you will not agree with me. Every question about it. I wrote an article on this about 10 years ago, and survival, but you can't sell it. We don't agree. How to make that doesn't mean that you ignore what we are doing. I always have what is called the 80-20% rule. What is it, 80%, 20%? 80% you do for the community, AI, machine learning, you do all of that. Then 20% night before you sleep, you think, and you write the notes on that. The beautiful, I do that. The beautiful part is, you say, what that I have done. There is so much I am missing in this. That the idea is not for others, but you only, reflecting upon you. It's a wonderful thing to do, and I have been practicing it for over 30 years. Thank you very much for your attention.
And the questions and the suggestions you gave. So may I request Dr. Govina to present a memento to our distinguished speaker on the 54th Power Memory Lecture as a token of our thanks.
Not think like that.
You'll be using it.
Keeping a hand note in this time.
Thank you so much, sir. So with this, we conclude this session. We will just take a break for 30-35 minutes for lunch, and we come back.
Thank you.
Ambitious national language translation mission whose goal is to develop automatic speech-to-speech translation techniques, technologies to all the selected languages. He is also the co-founder of a company that develops the signal processing and the AI-based technologies and products for the speech and based human and machine communication. At this juncture, on behalf of the IETE fraternity, we all welcome Professor Arun Kumar and for this awarded lecture, and I request him to kindly deliver today. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, IETE, for giving me the opportunity to deliver this 45th Ramlal Award lecture. It's an honor to be giving this lecture. As it was already mentioned that this was introduced by Dr. Wadwa, himself an outstanding engineer, and it is an honor for me to give this lecture, but it will be a hard task to follow up with Professor Narayan's talk, the previous lecture, and I will be talking on the 80% that he mentioned, and not on the remaining 20%. So,
To talk about the work that I have been doing in the last 10 years, and I picked these two topics, and they are distinct topics, they are not related to each other. So maybe 35 or 40 minutes, 35 minutes I'll talk on the first one, and then remaining 10-15 minutes on the second contribution. The first contribution has been for the more or less the entire 10 years. The second contribution on VLF communication modem the work was essentially done in about 7-8 years ago when the upgraded VLF modem was installed. So lecture flow, so first I will talk about acoustic vector sensors. I'll give the introduction and motivation, the types of acoustic vector sensors, and then some other algorithmic contributions to acoustic vector sensors, and the second part of the talk will be related to high data rate VLF modem that we work on. So to begin with, advances in acoustic vector sensors, I'll begin with introduction and motivation. So, use of acoustic vector sensors is in the problem of direction of arrival destination. There is an acoustically radiating source which could be in air or direction from which that sound is coming. And we know underwater electromagnetic signals hardly propagate, and therefore we generally resort to acoustics which propagates low frequencies, propagates thousands of kilometers. So this is the problem that is being addressed by the acoustic vector sensors. And the requirement is to find the direction of the acoustic source using receiver sensors. And what does that mean? The direction would mean that we want to find the azimuth angle. So we have the horizontal XY plane. I want to find the azimuth angle and the declination or the elevation angle, that is theta and phi respectively, of the sound source. Underwater it could be a submarine. I want to find in which direction it is. So typically the receiver sensors underwater are hydrophones, in air you have microphones, and to find directions you would need arrays of hydrophone sensors or microphones. But the same work can be done by acoustic vector sensors. You will see some advantages. And more recently, in the last 2 or 3 years, there is some work on highly directive acoustic vector sensors. So classically, this direction of arrival estimation is done using sensor array, which could be a hydrophone or a microphone array. Here I have just shown a uniform linear array. So you have the incoming signal, and typically it is considered to be coming from the far field, but it can also work if the signal is coming from the near field, And basically, we exploit the difference in the propagation paths when the signal reaches from in one sensor and another sensor, and this difference, this manifests as a time delay, or if it is a tonal kind of signal, as a phase delay, and we exploit that to find the angle from which the signal is coming. So this array can be electronically steered to a particular direction to look for wavefronts using the simplest method is a delay and some uniformity method to find the direction. So this is the classical approach. So here you have several kinds of arrays that I have taken the photos from the internet. Here you have a linear towed underwater array which is towed behind a ship or submarine to find the direction of another submarine, and typically this may be of the order of 100 meters in length. Then you have cylindrical array of hydrophones which are installed on ships in the front dome, or on a submarine you will have what is called a flank array sonar, which is installed on the side of the entire length of the submarine. In air you have microphone arrays, they could be planar arrays, spherical arrays, different geometries to perform different tasks. So the applications of direction finding and source localization. So by source localization we mean that we are finding not only the direction of the source but also at what range it is. The two together is subsumed in the problem of source localization. So these are needed in sonars, underwater target localization from oil platforms for surveillance applications, and in air human speaker localization in a room, engine noise localization, gunshot localization using a handheld device, snow avalanche localization. Snow avalanches, when they propagate, they generate infrasound, and from there we can find the direction. There is currently a requirement that we need to know in real time all these snow avalanches that are taking place in the Himalayan mountains. So now let us consider the term beam width. So let's consider that this is a linear array comprising of capital N number of sensors. This could be hydrophones in underwater or microphones in air. So the aperture or the physical extent is capital N minus 1 into small d, where the small d is the separation between the neighboring sensors. So effectively what we are doing is, when we try to steer and look in a particular direction, it's like the problem of filtering that all of us are familiar with for time domain signals. But here we have spatially propagating signals. So the term there is called beamforming. And analogous to the transfer function of a filter, we have the beam pattern. So we have this so-called main lobe, and the width of the main lobe essentially tells us that from what angle to what angle I am essentially allowing signals to pass through, and effectively attenuating signals coming from other directions. So it's a spatial filter, just like we talk of a temporal or frequency domain filter. So the width of this main lobe is important, and the width is dependent on the aperture. The more the physical extent of the array, the larger the physical extent of the array, the finer will be the width, and better accuracy will be in my direction find. So the whole problem is that if I want to localize or find the direction of a target very accurately, then I need to have a very large length array, which may be a problem. For example, if I want to use it on a buoy platform, underwater buoys are maybe 1 meter long, they are deployed in the sea. I can't have a 10-meter array on a buoy platform, and yet I want to use the buoy platform to find the direction from which the submarine signal is coming. So here I give some examples. If I want to localize a human speaker, dominant frequency, let's take it to 2 kilohertz for this example. The wavelength is 17 centimeters, and for 5-degree beam resolution, that is, if I have 2 persons speaking and I want to separate the 2 people if they are 5 degrees apart, then I require a 2-meter length array. Direction of arrival estimation for a submarine. So let's assume that the tonal frequency it radiates is of the order of 100 Hz. Typically it is lower than 100 Hz. Currently all the detection of submarines is done on signals which are below 100 Hz. So the wavelength, because the speed of sound in water is 1500 meters per second, so the wavelength is 15 meters. So if I want a 5-degree accuracy to localize the direction of the submarine, I need an aperture which is 172 meters long. Similarly, if I want to find the direction of a snow avalanche event in the mountains, then the dominant frequency is its infrasound, so 10 Hz. So the wavelength, if I assume 340 meters per second is the speed, it will be 34 meters. So for 10 degrees mean resolution, the aperture requirement is 195 meters. So if you go to the Himalayas, you will find such arrays are installed where essentially the extent is of the order of 100 or more meters. And it is very difficult to install arrays in the mountainous region which are of an extent of 100 meters or more. So alternatively, we can use what are called acoustic vector sensors. So what do? They measure both the pressure as well as the acoustic particle velocity in a co-located fashion. So if, for example, I have a sound source, it creates this disturbance which propagates, but actually particles are not propagating, they are basically oscillating and creating the disturbance which propagates. So I can have sensors which measure not only the pressure, which is what microphones and megaphones do, but I can have velocity sensors which measure the particle velocity. So if I do that, then I have more information about the signal at one location. So an acoustic vector sensor consists of 3 orthogonally oriented particle velocity sensors and a pressure microphone. So I measure the particle velocity in 3 x, y and z directions and also measure the pressure using a microphone or hydrophone. So that's the concept of a vector sensor. Why vector sensor? Because at a given location it is measuring not only the pressure but Ex, Ey and Ez components of the particle velocity of the propagating disturbance. So it is possible to use a single acoustic vector sensor to estimate the direction of arrival of a radiating source. We can find the intensity of the acoustic signal using this. This is pressure into the velocity vector integrated over time. And the direction of arrival can be found by taking the intensity and divided by the magnitude. So the information is embedded in this direction vector and I can extract y and theta from this. So I can get to find the direction of the source using a very compact sensor. T accelerometers can get even higher. Directivity. Directivity is essentially reflecting how directional is your impact. You can get more directivity. So this is just a snapshot of a highly directive acoustic vector sensor in our lab. So you can see that we have 3 accelerometers embedded in these balls in all x, y and similar in the other direction. We close it in this rubber, it solidifies and that becomes the vector sensor. So we did tests for this again in the tank at IETE, and these are some initial results. We see that this is the ideal pattern and we are somewhat close to it, and in one direction, in the other direction we identified there's some error. So that is the state of the art. No one has reported actual fabrication of HPABS yet. We have done this recently. Then to move on to the last part of the first topic, some further contributions. So this is what I described is in the making of air and underwater vector sensors. So I'll just very briefly in 2 slides talk about some other things. We showed that higher order statistics can be used to perform direction of arrival estimation in the underdetermined case, that is where the number of sources, that is number of, let's say, speakers in air or containers underwater, is more than the number of sensors per sensor. Then we reported the performance analysis of phase and amplitude gradient method of direction of arrival distribution. We compared the performance with pressure gradient and showed some advantages in terms of accuracy and robustness. Here we compared PP and PU based ABS and showed that for underwater, PU based ABS is better than PP based ABS. For practical realization, we studied the effect of misalignment of the vector sensor when we are fabricating it. There will be errors. How does it reflect? How can we calibrate? So these are some of the other attendant studies that we did. So to conclude the first topic, vector sensors are the sensors of choice for direction of arrival applications on platforms which have size constraints. So we have put it on underwater buoys. has been asked to show how it works on AUV, autonomous underwater vehicle platform. AVS and AVS arrays have numerous advantages over pressure sensor arrays and have a promising future. And the key thing is mastery over the art of fabrication of AVS for both underwater and air, holds the high accuracy, performance, and extracting significant advantages over pressure sensor. So this has advantages not only in civilian field but also in defense. Essentially our group works in this field. VLF communication modem. So here I will begin with introduction. So VLF, or very low frequency, is an electromagnetic wave, unlike the acoustic signal that I talked about, in the band of 3 kilohertz to 30 kilohertz. This is electromagnetic. And VLF waves are guided by the Earth and by the ionosphere, so they can be used to send signals around the globe. It is used for long-range broadcast communication from shore to ship, particularly to submarines, because this can penetrate water to few tens of meters depth. So the submarines don't have to surface to get information from land. They can remain below the water, few tens of meters, and military structures in the world. This massive structure uses guy wires that support the tower at 7 levels and are 9 kilometers long, on which the mast, the guy anchors, and intermediate towers stand. So this is used to transmit information to our submarines around the globe, which is what I worked on. So classically, FSK and NSK, they have been used as the modulation techniques with data transmitting the rates of 50 to 1 communication modem, which was operational in 2016, used this bit rate. We designed modem architecture for high data rate VLF communication between 400 and 800 bits per second. Is given of the design description is given in this paper, which we reported. In which we reported the architecture in broad terms. So very quickly I will just use GMSK, Gaussian minimum shift key, low delay parity check codes, and we arrived at all these after the architecture is completely non-data aided. So carrier phase synchronization, timing or for other applications use additional data, so they are data aided. But here, because of the low bit rate, we get for this purposes, so it is not data aided. Enhancement in the presence of atmospheric radial noise. This is the fact that we are not talking about here. This is coding, this is the modulator, and on the receiver side, you will see the enhancement, IETE filtering, range synchronization for the message. So GNSK is a spectrally efficient digital modulation scheme. It has good for different time bandwidth products and the values. So let's skip some of the details here, but then as I mentioned in modulation, we moved on to the optimal coding performance. And this can be used for soft decoding as well as. So I will skip some of the detailed maximum efficiency, 1 amplitude, modulated pulse, map 1 amp methods of carrier phasing. Concerned about frequency drift, not so much of a problem as the carrier phase is, and obtain that the standard definition on timing error can be brought down significantly. And as per the specifications at higher G by 10 knot ratios, when we use several bits up to 19-20 bits. Then LDPC coding, so amongst the several alternatives available, frame synchronization involves determining the start of each frame of data which we will do the LDPC decoding. Now, again, typically it is data-aided technique, but here we avoided data-aided synchronization. The paucity of bandwidth in the VLF band renders such pilot signal-based frame synchronization method useless and motivates the use of pilotless work or pilotless use. Now, we require to do both hard decoding of LDPC in this problem and soft decoding of LDPC, which in turn requires us to have the a posteriori probability corresponding to the transmitted bit sequence. So this we obtain through the Gaussian mixture models, and then that in turn requires an estimate of the SNR or TB by N0. So this also we gave a method of how to estimate TB by N0 or SNR. From there we move to GMN, which GMN PDF we use. From there we do soft decoding of LDPC. So the structural properties of LDPC codes for channel error correction have been exploited for pilotless frame synchronization, and what we could show is that the mean frame offset error can be made 0 when we have about 5 dB of TB by N0, which is reasonable as per the required specifications. So we could achieve that. Finally, about atmospheric radio noise, which corrupts VLF communication. It is strongly affected by atmospheric radio noise. Atmospheric radio noise is non-Gaussian, it's impulsive in nature, and essentially it is because of the lightning effects. And whenever there is a lightning around the globe, it travels around the globe also. It basically creates the waveguide, the Earth atmosphere waveguide, so it can travel long distances, and these events create electromagnetic emissions that are called spherics or radio atmospheric exposure. So signal enhancement algorithms were tested for atmospheric radio noise based on the clustering Poisson model. In short, we have the noisy signal, that's the VLF receiver. We have the antenna, do median filtering, band pass filtering, downsampling, and the lunar filter uses in turn the noise variance testing, and then we have the recovered signal, which essentially reduces atmospheric noise. So then finally, integrated receiver performance, I am just giving by this slide. So I have shown the bit error rate of the high rate VLF modem for two data rates of 400 bits per second and 800 bits per second. And we have the uncoded one over here, then rate half additive white Gaussian noise, rate half no atmospheric radio noise enhancement, and with atmospheric radio noise enhancement there is a slight improvement. If you zoom on this, you can see, but here you can see very clearly that there is a difference, there is a further improvement in the performance. So finally, this is the performance of the So to conclude, the system architecture for high data rate VLF communication optimizes the performance based on the requirement of broadcast communication. What this means is it allows tolerance of a few seconds of algorithmic delay. We can tolerate some delay, it's not a two-way communication. The architecture adheres to the use of non-data aided techniques for carrier phase synchronization, symbol timing, which helps in maximizing the data throughput while we do not sacrifice on the performance. This work required the development of novel techniques for iterative synchronization of carrier phase and symbol timing synchronization, error variance based on removal of symbol timing input. And PR performance analysis shows that the higher data rates are achievable with low probability of error and the realistic So this work we did till about 2014, and then it was rigorously field tested and it is now operational at the VLF station for communication with our customers. Part of this VLF communication model work was done with physical projects from which is a PR group.
So may I request Dr. Bharat to present a memento to distinguished speaker of the 25th Namassivaya lecture as a token of our thanks.
One of the ABS, that is acoustic vector sensor, with a water tank kind of link, and the second will be high data rate of VLF model communication. Both the topics have really enlightened us. I went back during my graduation days when I had opened up that theory book of electromagnetic fields, Jordan and Barman, which just started with. That really
Thank you.
Honorary Treasurer, IETE Hyderabad Center, and I am now starting the technical paper contest. I will read whoever may be available in the stipulated time. Please be here with your .ppt and the laptop or whatever it may be. The first session, technical session, of the listed papers. If you are available, please come forward. Dr. Ajay Kakre garu is the Chairman and Venkateswar garu co-chair. The first paper, AI-based drill companion, Lieutenant Colonel Anand Roy, available. Second paper, leveraging potential of cloud-assisted IoT through adaptive machine learning, Captain Mohammed Ahmad. Third paper, document forensics and implementing ML tools in real-time detection of document fraud. Fourth paper, comparative analysis of various machine learning models for the detection of breast cancer, R.B. Srihari, KSR College, Kadapa. Fifth paper, AI enabling autonomous vehicles and robotics, game changers for future, Pramod Singh. Sixth paper, artificial intelligence and machine learning revolution, Professor G. Radhakrishna, HEL, Bangalore. Sorry, Hyderabad. Right. Available? Yeah. Please load your .ppt. 12% plagiarism. And 2-level plagiarism using targeting and second level plagiarism also done. Improved version only accepted in the final software as a presentable manner. And everything, every kid has been taken care of last 5 days of day and night. We struggled and we requested the participants and the authors to cooperate, and the maximum time per paper is 10 minutes, 2 minutes discussion, sir. And the second session, the first session only one paper is available. The second session I am reading out, please be ready. It is signal processing theme. Study on concurrent characteristics of fatal ECG, Kokar Shiva Prasad. Second paper, evaluation of figure of merit of Indian remote sensing ground station, outdoor navigation, Ajay T. et al., BEL Bangalore. SP004, interfaces, data acquisition and processing system, atmospheric radars. G. Aparna, Dr. P. Sudhakar from Geetanjali College of Engineering. After finishing these two papers, we will announce the other sessions based on the time available. I am now inviting the Dr. Ajay Thackeray Garu, chairing the session, and co-chair Dr. Venkateswara Garu. It is my privilege to introduce our guests. Please present a bouquet, ma'am, to Ajay Thackeray Garu. Namaste. Namaste. Professor Dr. Thackeray Ajay, BE, ME, PhD, graduated from the prestigious Government College of Engineering, Pune, and having professional experience of 32 years. Includes as professor in Foreign Defense University in East Asia 1999 to 2002, with administrative positions as Secretary Academic Council 2000-2001 and Head Communication Technology 2001-2002. Dedicated proud association with IETE, GC member 21-24, second term, Vice President, Chairman, CCCC Committee and Co-Chairman TPPC, ex-GC member 2017-20, first term, Chairman TPPC 1920, appreciation for successful extensive activities during lockdown period also, mentor East Zone 18 to 19, conducted Internet Conference, Awadh University, Ayodhya, Chairman Amravati Center 14 to 16, Vice Chairman 2012 to 14, Founder Ani Secretary 2004 to 9, Recipient of BRIC ML Anand Award in 2016. Please give a big hand. Significant contribution facilitated to get leased land and grants for Amravati Center and instrumental in increasing corporate membership and ISF in the region. Convener of the MTS and AIC, conducted NTPC and journal seminars, presently working as a professor at Spina College of Engineering, Amravati, and publications 82, patents 2, copyrights 11, and believes in development of the IETE and workplace of its upliftment and benefit to the students and society. To serve the IETE, to have a governance that presents all of us as IETE fraternity. Welcome to sir. Please introduce our co-chair, sir.
So welcome to the co-chair, sir. Dr. B. Venkateswara obtained BTech in 1989, ECE, MTech in 1994, and PhD from JNU Hyderabad. He has a rich teaching experience of 32 years and worked in prestigious engineering college. He has 25 papers published in national and international journals and issued in IEEE conferences, proceedings, and focus group journals. He conducted design of small satellites in association with the Engineering Staff College of India and Institute of Engineers. Played key role in 2 research-based labs with HSS software and also Texas Instrument-based Innovation Center in the field of Internet of Things and embedded systems, Navstar integrated systems, big technologies for consultancy. He guided a project which is bagged 17 lakhs prize money in international hackathon. He bagged 17 lakhs prize money international hackathon. He's authored 2 research-based books and also 2 lab primers. He has published 4 patents filed. He got sanction of 33 lakhs from IETE funding. He established the EC department as coordinating center for the outreach program under IIRS, ISRO, and currently the professor and head of the EC department in Aeronautics Technology, Hyderabad. Welcome, sir. Please hand over the session to Chair report.
We are into the Amrit Mahotsav celebration of India's independence 75 years, and with that the theme that has been propagated by Honorable Prime Minister of India for India to become Atmanirbhar Bharat, what we call it. So from that point of view, when we talk about the conventions that we are sitting here today for the IETE annual technical convention, it is truly hand to hand when we talk about the celebrations which will be done here, will be taken up and will definitely be a part of the Atmanirbhar Bharat in the form of the products that would come out. It is truly said that the industry and the academia has to go hand in hand, and that from that point of view, when we talk about the technology reformations, definitely the technology transformations have been taking place since long. From that point of view, in academics also, recently we are into the NEP, the National Education Policy, that has also been declared at 2020, and its implementation is in this year only 2022. So this truly is a reformation also when the industry is going for a transformation. Side by side, the academics is also going into the reformation with a true dissemination of the NEP and the CBCS systems. So from that point of view, we are here with these things. I would request the first presenter to present the first. Yes, sir.
Senior Division retired from India Hyderabad. So I will be presenting on AI. It's a revolutionary AI revolution exploring possibilities. First slide, please. Okay, next please. It is essay when governor is going, there will be 2 people. One is 2 bodyguards like him. Like that, AI will have ML and TL. Both will be sideways. Without that, AI is not there. So this is how the development has taken place in the different next 5 years, next 20 years. What will be the AI is this thing. Next, why AI? Computers to augment human thinking just as we just as use motor to augment human or horsepower, robotics and expert systems are major branches of that. The other is to use a computer artificial intelligence to understand how humans think. In a humanoid way, if you test your program not merely by what they can accomplish, but now they accomplish it. You are really doing cognitive science. You are using AI to understand the human mind. As Simon, he has stated this. Next. He also was telling that AI is nothing but science and engineering. Same thing I am also doing. Artificial intelligence is nothing but essential engineering of making intelligent machines. Artificial is the science and engineering of making intelligent machines. Artificial is a broader term for application that see machine perform human-like tasks such as learning, reasoning, and problem.
This includes machine learning, natural language processing, and deep learning. The general idea is to cover machines and significant functions of the human brain, learning, reasoning, and problem solving. Once a field of AI is machine learning, teaches computers to learn from data and experience and constantly improve task execution. Sophisticated algorithms can recognize patterns in unstructured data, records such as images, text, and speech, and use them to make decisions independently. Yeah, I think that is better. Learning, it tests a machine's ability to think by answering a series of questions. In essence, the tester must think the machine's answers are coming from a human. This is a learning experience, uses the learning to reason, recognizes images, solves complex problems, understands language and use Google Brain, Microsoft, Cortana, Amazon, Alexa. That is Alexa. Using artificial intelligence. Siri is another example. I think when AI came to India, this Alexa, welcome. That is a robot. Second machine age, that is bright, close person and make tea. They provide a great overview about the most recent trends and developments in this century and build a second machine age, arguing that the world had entered a new era of technological advancement. In contrast to the first machine age, the industrial revolution, in which machines were limited to physical tasks, this new age would see the rise of artificial intelligence, in which machines will learn to think for themselves. The real problem is not whether machine think, but whether men do. So thinking of man is important. Machine will do whatever is given there. MS started with speech recognition on our phones with neural networks. Speech recognition, face reading or face recognition, Google Translate, online ads. So neural networks, I think you can speak. So how do we computers discover new knowledge? Symbolics, fill in gaps in existing knowledge, correctionists emulate the brain, simulate evaluation, systematically reduce uncertainty. Analogies, analog answers, notice similarities between old and new. So combining the 5 types of machine learning, there are 5 types which are given here. Single algorithm or master algorithm. Under language. Right, symbol, they are given. What is the 5? Main areas are large scale machine learning, design of learning, algorithms, as well as scaling existing algorithms to work with extremely large data sets. Deep learning, model composed of inputs such as image or audio, several hidden layers of submodels that serve as input for the next layer and ultimately have an output or activation function. The example of the research will be 100 layers. So number of layers will be taken care. Learning from experience. Deep neural networks learn by adjusting the trends of their connections to better convey input signals through multiple layers to neurons associated with the right general concept. Input image broken into pixels. So that is layer 1, layer 2, layer 3, layer 4, layer 5. So like that you have number of output down. When data is fed into a network, each artificial neuron that fires labeled 1 transmits signals to such a neuron in the next layer, which are likely to fire if multiple signals are received. The process filters out noise, retains only the most relevant features. World leading in 2025 China AI industry, voice recognition, speech translator becomes serious business travel to with Gartona offline access. China is still leading in AI. Startups use of AI and machine learning for real-time background checks. AI and machine learning can produce background checks on people and companies in minutes instead of days. So that's how time factor comes very much. Time is
I request the presenter to be faster. It's just 1 minute, 1.5 minutes.
Okay, okay. Sure. Skip this. Skip this. AI in India. AI has finally caught the attention of Indians. On February 1, delivering this 2016 budget speech, Finance Minister Arun Jaitley is no more, told Parliament that the government think tank, NITI Aayog, will spearhead national program on AI, including research and development, okay, and almost doubled 3,073 crores, that is $270 million. Okay, next one. This is AI, but the aim of everything. So AI will be every field, medical, engineering, chartered accountancy, wherever it is, inventions, all fields will be there. In fact, economic, cultural, social and industrial, labor mechanism, 58% of jobs automated. Martin Ford, rise of the robot, Elon Musk, artificial intelligence, spreads. Skip there. Next slide. Don't waste time. Okay. Slow this skip. Slow level. Okay. Skip.
Next slide.
Okay, this we have seen. Every field there is a.
I request the presenter, 10 minutes past.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes. Now conclusion. Learning to base with machines, even though computers are much faster in computing certain tasks, at this time they do not even come close to reach the complexity and speed of human brains. Still, we are not able to make like human beings. One thing that computers cannot do is be creative and coming up with new ideas. To remain a valuable knowledge worker in the future, but to improve the skills of engagement. Large-scale pattern recognition, complex communication instead of the 3 R's, that is reading, writing and arithmetic. Research also showed that today most students only spend 9% of their time studying, reading and writing. Most of the time is used for socializing, recreating and others. Please take care of this. They are spending only 9% of the time in reading. Other time, only on the computer or on the mobile phone and wasting their time. Okay. But this you can skip. 220 drone industrialization by 2020 drone industry could work. That's 127 billion. How the 2020 outlook, Internet of Things, augmented reality, robots, drones, virtual reality, 3D printing, blockchain, it all consists of artificial intelligence. So this is my biodata. Thank you. I will very short. We are not able to replace
I am saying people will work for AI.
Yeah, he will work for AI. He will find out new things.
Because are there any laid down ethics?
Ethics, because we have because you are a very senior person.
Yeah.
And so I request for all the August gathering here, we must have to think that what should be the ethics for the AI. Up to what level we have to use the AI. Otherwise, as you have mentioned that every time in the computer and after 10 years, future is not very bright.
Yeah.
So we have to think
But the
about
only thing is our thinking has to change. See, USA, he was a #1 in the country for ice hockey. That is the game there. So somebody asked, how you are #1? He says, I will be thinking where the ball will be after 2 steps ahead. Where the ball will be after 2 steps ahead. So that sort of thinking is required. Today lithium is available 85% of the world requirement is in China. We never thought about it. That is the problem. Okay, thank you. Thank you, President.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Second presenter, please.
Now the next paper is transforming a conventional pressure sensor into a smart pressure sensor by Abhishek Singh, DRDL, Hyderabad.
Mobile phone, no student will do any.
So my topic is an approach how to transform pressure sensor into a smart pressure sensor. That's a single conditioner and your guiding system will be in a single chip. So here we can just see a model of it. A sensor, single condition unit, ADC, inefficient, algorithm, it will come in a single chip. So we call it a smart sensor, not like that. Smart sensor should have a screen capability also, as well as it should become intelligent. Now, the motivation for using this smart sensor like this is in fast installation. The personalized pictures of a smart sensor motivates our instrumentation engineer to prepare it for various applications. Second is cost effective. Acoustics are used basically a common signal bus or some wireless network. And it's important reliability to your complete instrumentation chain. Like reduction in wiring and self-acquisition capability. As well as it consumes less power if you use a complete measurement chain, what we use in our industries. It is more accurate and precise because once you acquire the data from the sensor, the signal conditioning and your filtering all happens in a close vicinity. So that chances of getting interference with the noise or other things is quite less as compared to your other normal condition chain. But it has some limitations also, like customization is not possible. And normally commercial on the sensor are not available in the market. And application spectrum is also many. Because the circuit is quite complex if you go for design and some costly also. Attributes of smart sensors are self-identification and description, self-diagnosis, self-calibration, and communication. So all if you see in a smart sensor, it should have imparted features. Then only we can say it's a smart sensor. And these attributes are well defined by IEEE 1451 standards. Now, to make your smart sensor interoperable, IEEE 1451 had set some guidelines and had some standards that having total 8 clauses starting from 1415.0 to 1515.7. So basically it's up to this which mode we are using, we have to follow that particular standard. Like 1415.0, it says that what should be the common functionality commands and your transistor data sheet for smart sensor and what should be your data structure. 1415.1, what it specifies like a common object model. It says that how you are going to communicate, your communication protocol basically. Then 1415.2, suppose if you are saying a common serial bus like RS422, 432 like that, in that case you have to follow this standard. And this 1415.3, if you are using some multi-drop sort of chains, in that case we have to follow this standard. And this 1415.4, it's we are using mixed mode communication protocol. And what should be your transmission electronic data sheet? That completely specified in this 1415.4 standard. Now this 1415.5, what it says if you are using some wireless sensor network like Zigbee, Z-High or your Bluetooth, in that case what should be your communication protocol? Then 1415.6 15.6, it says that transducer to NCP interface that I'm going to cover in the coming slides. And when the smart sensor interface in high speed 10 network, in that case, you have to follow this particular standard. And this last 15.7, suppose you are using some RF system or sensor. In that case, a particular standard will be defined. So if you see that the smart sensor architecture, it having basically two modules, transducer interface module, which comprises of your signal and unit transducers in your transducer data sheet. Then it has a transducer interface, independent interface also. And then application processor, which having a static controller to do all this job, network application or network communication. So basically, application processor, you see, it contains any your smart sensor, you will have a processor. Then which performs your data conversion application and runs the application processor. Runs the moving control algorithm. Generates one in case it detects any faults. Monitor the local control loop, which keeps on running. Then basically you see it's responsible for smartness in your smart sensor. Then transducer independent interface. It defines set of communication protocol. Basically, which protocol needs to communicate with me or interface transducer interface module and control. It provides a set of operations. It's basically a software module for smart sensor. Then our transducer electronic data sheet, basically it's a normal data sheet, but it has been implemented in your transducer itself, which contains all the data of your sensor, like what is the range, what is the accuracy, what is the repeatability when it got calculated, and suppose if you're using unit, bar, or gauge, or KFC, whatever it is. So it will cover all those things, and what is your range. So this is the why this we have to keep this transducer data sheet. It is compulsory necessary for each smart sensor, and it has to be implemented. Usually it's inside in your EEPROM property. Now, benefits of transducer data sheet is that it reduces human error. Then long-term self-documentation will be that. And easy installation, updating, and enable self-identification. Then I use all. So how to transfer the conventional sensor into a smart system? Actually, it works in a proportion system instrumentation. In that, we face a lot of problems and challenges. Due to that, whatever problem we are facing, so we have identified a list of issues what we are facing. Based on that, whatever things we are carrying out in our manually, I have implemented it on automatic. So, if you see, I have taken a normal metallic single phase pressure sensor, that is transducer. Then I have used some circuitry to carry out my calibration, some other things. Then transducer data sheet is going to be in my EEPROM. And I use a very generalized 128 microcontroller, that is Arduino board. And now to acquire data or communicate, take a data from my sensor node, I have used this wireless module, that is Zigbee. Even if you use Bluetooth also, sometimes they will use ZNAT, LoRaWAN, a lot of techniques are available in the market. So I have chosen this Zigbee. Data rate of Zigbee module is 250 kilobits per second. It is well addressing my issues. Whatever the data rate was required, it was well scattering power need. So that's why we opted this. So this is the algorithm basically. Once I initialize my smart sensor, this algorithm was one of my smart sensors is there. Because I have configured in a networking mode, this sensor will be reside near to my location where I have to make the sensor. Now once I switch it on, it will wait for that particular command from my host PC. So once it will receive, okay, send your, identify yourself. So I have just used one character I. It will receive the character I. It will read the transducer data sheet and transfer it to my centralized data system. The second, again, create, suppose any file diagnosis. I have to run that program. So once it will receive, carry out the file diagnosis, it will going to carry out in this manner. Check that what is the excitation over there. What is my some deviation or if any offset is there, it will check and nullify it and report it correct. Second one is shunt calibration. Shunt calibration basically just to simulate the load what we carry out in our field. It's a field calibration also. So it will carry out all this. I have pointed out some high point calibration. High point calibration will take 0% load, 25% load, 50%, 70%, 100%. In that manner, I have chosen the particular sensor to best of value. You're going to shunt it out. Then when it receives, it will start detecting system, it will start detecting it. It will start acquiring the data and I have used a circular buffer for it. Suppose I have
to move forward, it's just 2 minutes left.
Okay, fine. So this is what I'm talking about shunt calibration. Shunt calibration is basically a load simulation. In load simulation, I know very well, suppose my sensor I'm using, better sensor, is going to measure 100 bar. I know for 100 bar it is going to give me 5 volt. But definitely for half 50 bar it is going to give me 2.5 volt. Like that I'll decide point. So based on that I'll just reverse calculate what is the voltage value, so what is the resistance I should shunt across it. I have chosen that one, and once I'll connect it, it's going to give me that value. So this complete process will carry out when resistor bank is there. It will connect one resistor one by one, and it will carry out the shunt calibration. It will say, yeah, whatever value we have calibrated, whatever receiving simulated load, and whatever has been calibrated at that time, it is mapping or not. So to check that if mapping is coming below certain limited value, it will check it and say that your complete sensor is in healthy condition. Yeah. Assuming healthy. This is my data of it. And this was a step that we executed by Atmanirbhar. Self-identification, read the text from my earphone, send out text to attendance system, then carry out the self-diagnosis, check excitation voltage, and check the resistance offset. Then we carry out self-calibration, carry out 5-point self-calibration, compare the calibration chart, that's what I told you, and compare the lab calibrated chart value. After that, for data processing or filtering what I have used moving average filter for that purpose. This moving average filter will carry out some 5-point or 10-point. That's all our requirement. So this is what I have used for this one. It will read that value and send it to my data system. And this is my what I have developed, the complete setup. That screenshot value of my data system. It is going to read. Once I send, identify yourself. It will read the complete data sheet and send it to me. I can see that okay, what is that version or what was
Abhishek to wind up.
Yes. And the self-diagnosis to check the value. And I can read it, okay, what is the excitation error is there or not. So excitation value is more than 10 volts, it will show it's error. This is how I carry out the self-calibration. And after that, it will send the value. I can check that, okay, what is the step value. Okay. And this is, if you're going to draw that time, okay, if any linearity or deviation is there, I can find out if any fault is there or not. The self-data processing got implemented and carried out one test also for it, pre testing. You can implement impart some noise and I'll check whether I am going to achieve proper value or not, and how much filter is possible. This is what I have, some noise was there. And after using this, after certain value I have removed that noise also. And then after I interface my controller with my SD module. And this is how I deployed it in my test bed. And through that I have acquired data. Before that I have to just check whether all the sensor signal modules are working or not. So we have to check out this terminal software is there. In that we just check all the signal modules are working or not.
Please conclude.
Yes sir. This is the high altitude test facility. There we have to maintain that our atmosphere pressure lower than 1 bar, almost like a Shiaching sort of basis. Then we have fired the motor and acquired the data also from this smart sensor. This is what we are doing. Computer like pressure sensor are very effective to measure the compressor. Evaporation, docking motor and cell motor for testing. The data acquired to pressure sensor are used for design, validation and verification of my compressor system. The problem and challenges encountered with this sensor to be well fitted and addressed by the smart pressure sensor processing. And at present this will not sensor available in the market. This project will set a platform for further improvement and modification in smart sensors. These are the references what I am taking from some papers to develop this one. That's all. Thank you.
Any other question from audience related to pressure sensors and conventional versus smart sensor? One question. Other a certificate to Radhakrishna Garu. The next paper will be 3D perception.
EDIC, Bangalore. So now I am here to talk 3D perception and localization of autonomous outdoor navigation. So introduction, unmanned vehicles. So what is the task of unmanned vehicles? So to perform repetitive and task hazardous to humans, so we can make the vehicles go automatically on their own where we cannot go, like the terrain. So what are the type of unmanned vehicles we have? Ground vehicle, aerial vehicle, surface, underwater vehicles. So the application of these unmanned vehicles comes under defense, medical, manufacturing and etc. So what are the applications in defense? So we use the unmanned vehicles for defense applications such as surveillance, reconnaissance, patrolling, bomb disposal and payload delivery. So in all the above applications, navigation is one of the key components. So we use this artificial intelligence to make the unmanned vehicles navigate through the whatever the road we have given or whatever the point we have given. So there are two types of navigations in this. One is remote based, and so in this remote based, remote based we can, so operator will be there. So LiDAR, sensors and actuators will be there. So LiDAR, camera, the sensors and actuators will be motor and motor encoders. So we use generally we use robotic operating system, which acts as a framework between the sensors and the actuators, how the motor should run and all, with the help of sensors, the data and all. So autonomous navigation framework is shown in this one. So first thing is perception. The perception is taken by the LiDAR and camera. These are ultrasonic sensors. So this perception creates a map. So from this map we will do the localization. This localization is done using the IMU, GPS encoders and all. So only if this perception and localizations are correct, we can move on to the planning and then we can move on to the motion control. So perception and localizations are the initial stages for navigation, and they certainly play a key role in this. This is the outer vehicle we have developed in our Bharat electronics. So this vehicle has some 3D LiDAR, IMU, ultrasonic sensors and wheel encoders and motors. So this is the block diagram of the vehicle we have seen here. So we have three modules here. One is localization module. In this localization module, is IMU, wheel encoder. So IMU is connected to CAN board, and the perception module includes 3D LiDAR and ultrasonic sensor. So this 3D LiDAR is connected through Ethernet cable, and ultrasonic is given by the UART port. So this planning unit, after this result from the localization module and perception module, we come to the motor control and actuation part. So here we are seeing about what is the difference between 2D LiDAR and 3D LiDAR. Generally we use 2D LiDAR in indoor places because of the environment. So here we can see the differences clearly, what 2D LiDAR shows and what 3D LiDAR shows. So there is no vertical field of view in 2D LiDAR, but there is a higher vertical field of view in 3D LiDAR. So less processing resources and more processing resources. So LiDAR sensor best suited due to high precision, strong resistance to interference and robustness to illumination variation. So here mapping 3D data to 2D data. So we have some problems we face when we use 3D data. So what we have to do is, so we need very high processors to read the 3D data. So what we are doing is, we will take the 3D laser scan as it is input, and we will try to map that 3D laser scan to 2D laser scan. So with the help of this, we need not have to make too much work on the processing thing. So here mapping 3D to 2D laser scan, we have ROS package, robotic operating system package, that is some open source package only. So the package is point cloud to laser scan. What we get is 3D laser scan is point cloud. So from this point cloud to laser scan, we are trying to change the input data. So the first picture is the 3D data where every point in the object will be taken like that. But coming to 2D laser scan, the only shortest path between the object and the scan that will be taken, and that whole thing it will be masked as an obstacle. So this is what this is the code snippet how it is happening. So this is the 2D binary grid map created by laser scan. So this is the obstacle, this is the sensor. So the black outline which we can see is that all will be considered as an obstacle, and whenever the vehicle goes near to it, so it is trying to either go away from it or stop and rethink its situation and rethink the shortest path and move towards the goal we have given. So now coming to dead reckoning, this comes under the localization module. So this localization module is whenever the vehicle is moving, it needs to do the localization part, or else in a given map it doesn't know where it was. So it can go right, and if it doesn't know where it was, that obstacle and all, that difference between the distance and all, it will be a problem for the vehicle. So here we have taken the dead reckoning algorithm. So how it does is, whenever the vehicle is moving, at 2 points it will take the velocities and all, odometry. So with the help of odometry, how much the wheel is rotated and how much turning it has done, they will now be considered to take the position and that localization of the vehicle. So that's how it is done. This is the dead reckoning part. So this is the 2D slam, simultaneous localization and mapping. So we have got the mapping and also localization from the dead reckoning algorithm. So now this 2D slam, this is a package in ROS itself. So what it is going to do is, it will simultaneously localize and also map. So it is the most widely researched topics in robotics. It will create a map. So with the help of this 2D slam, we can be able to navigate the vehicle along with the localizing and also mapping at the same time. So this is scan matching. So in the first picture we can see that is the original obstacle where when we have created the map. So this red line is the sensor data coming from the vehicle. The black dots or black line is the real-time obstacle. So what it is doing is scan matching. What is the goal of scan matching is, so whenever the vehicle is moving to a new position, with the help of dead reckoning algorithm and also localization, this sensor data and the original obstacle, they will be matched. Until they match, it will do the localization part. That is the part of the dead reckoning algorithm. So that's how scan matching works, and if they both align at the same point, then it is ready to go. Now this is the we have tested with our vehicle. This is the our company offices outdoor. So this is a we have created that map. In that figure you can see the map. That is the 2D map created with the 3D laser scan. So we have given all the points, and if we give some points along the map, so it can navigate through the map. If any obstacles are there, it can dynamically avoid that obstacle and go. The applications of this are mainly in defense for patrolling and all. In any terrain it can go, like it has some rough wheels and all, robust wheels. So that is the application of this one. It is in thanks.
Questions from the audience?
I have a question. How big the obstacle it can avoid? We want to overcome. Should climb and go. Is it possible?
For everything, we know that for everything there is a limited also. So for inclination also, some 16 degrees inclination should be there. So above that, it will see another. It will consider another shortest path to go to the. If it is less than 16 degrees, it can climb on this. The vehicles are each model.
Any other question?
G. Radhakrishna garu.
Sir, remove mask.
Okay, okay. I am just 18 years old.
Young.
Young.
Okay.
One more, Ajay T. BEL.
Look here, sir.
Now I request our secretary sir to come over the dais. Thank you very much, sir.
One more, sir.
Thank you very much, sir.
Look here, sir. Look here.
Thank you very much, sir, Chair and Co-Chair, for your valuable inputs and suggestions. Definitely will incorporate. Thank you very much. Now I request the next paper will be GFDM modulation technique for 5G mobile communication systems. It is my privilege to introduce our Chair, Dr. M.H. Kohli. Please. One more. Please receive. Thank you, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Dr. Ramesh Kohli is one of the leading wireless and mobile telecommunication and RF experts. More than 40 years experience in telecom, RF, microelectronics and IT. His research, industrial and academic experience including Altec, Lucent Technologies, Technical Director, and Wireless Division, CDOT, and so many. And Director of Lucent Technologies, Bell Labs, Hyderabad, R&D unit for 5 years. This is a brief short profile due to shortage of time. And now, Gyaneswara Garu is well known to us, IETE Hyderabad Center, past chairman, and he is from Usmania University presently, and grade 1 and technical head, Education Multimedia Research Center, OU Hyderabad. Welcome, sir. Please.
For a few minutes, I will be talking on the topic GFDM modulation technique for 5G and beyond mobile communication. My presentation outlining, first I will be giving introduction. Then what are the limitations of 4G system and OFDM? Then what are the new requirements for the next communication system? Then what are the progressive techniques available for 5G and beyond, that is 6G, etc. And then I will be talking on pulse-based modulation techniques. Coming to conclusion, we already know that communication system has gone tremendous changes, and the modern communication system requires higher large bandwidth, high peak data rate, spectral efficiency, low latency, mobility in terms of thousands of kilometers per hour, connection density in terms of 10 to 7 kilometers per devices per kilometer square, precise from 1G to 5G, and now the research are going on for 6G. So already I have given, I will not elaborate on this because it will take a lot of time, and already we know each and every.
So if we compare what are the specifications of 4G, 5G, and after 5G, that is 6G, what will be the requirement? So just you can see in terms of different parameters which I have listed in the second presentation. In terms of data rate, if you see 4G was limited to 300 Mbps, whereas it is 20 Gbps in 5G and it will touch 1 terabits per second in 6G. If we talk about user expectancy rate, which is normally lower than the peak data rate, so it will be it was 10 Mbps in 4G, 5G 100 Mbps, and 6G we are expecting it will be around 1 Mbps. Similarly, other parameters you can see just the signal bandwidth 10 to 30 MHz 4G, 5G 100 MHz, and it will be 1 GHz in 6G. And likewise, there will be improved efficiency in each and every parameter in the next generation of mobile communication system. So, why the 4G OFDM which was used in 4G cannot be used in 5G and beyond? So, there are some limitations of OFDM which was used in 4G. So, already we know that OFDM was used for downlink transmission, whereas its somewhat shifted version SCFDMA was used for uplink transmission in 4G communication system. Compared to 3G, 4G has a lot of advantage, and 4G, the OFDM came as a multi-carrier communication system with better selectivity, reduced inter-carrier interference, reduced ISI, simple receiver structure, and it was not getting affected by multiple path pairing. That is some of the advantage in OFDM. But what is the problem with OFDM? Why it cannot be used as it is in 5G? So, first limitation is it requires synchronization of data, which is not possible in 5G, because in 5G mainly it is aimed for device-to-device communication, machine-to-machine communications, and we know that IoT sensors are generating billions and trillions of data, and we cannot guarantee that each data generated from each sensor will be synchronized. So we have to go for asynchronization and data. So synchronization was the very first requirement in OFDM, which cannot be granted in 5G and so it is unfit to be used in 5G. Then what is that? We use rectangular pulse shaping in 4G. Because of that, it was giving high out of band leakage. Because we know that if we use a rectangular pulse, there will be a side lobe amplitude which will be very, very high, and because of that power leakage will be more. Also, if we go to the Gibbs phenomena, there is fluctuations at the edges, that upside also and downside also. Those are the sum of the disadvantage, and it also does not fulfill the requirement of reach need condition, which states that finite duration of time, it should have finite number of maxima and minima, and the amplitude of that change should also be minimized. So this is not OFDM, it is non-OFDM, and it has been named as novel OFDM. So under this technique there are different subcategories like pulse-based technique, supine filtering technique, and other techniques. So in this presentation I will be talking on pulse-based technique, which is filter type multicarrier and GFDM. In subcarrier the technique is universal filter, multicarrier filtered OFDM, etc. etc. There is another category of modulation techniques that is called NOMA, non-orthogonal modulation techniques, which has been also studied in different categories. One is power domain NOMA, code domain NOMA, and others, which is not the topic of presentation for today's lecture. So just I will give the brief overview of OFDM. You will see this overview
please skip the. Okay, OFDM is just to see the cyclic prediction and just to see what is the disadvantage of OFDM. There is a high peak to average power ratio because of random addition of input signals, and this is the observed in the first slide. And second also peak to average power ratio using 50Sep modulation technique has been shown for different number of subcarriers. If we increase the number of subcarriers, peak to average power ratio is going to also increase. So this was used original OFDM. There is some modification in OFDM where we have used additional DFT and IDFT both in transmitter as well as receiver. So the effect of IDFT and DFT gets cancelled and it behaves as if it is a single carrier, and it has been named SCFDMA and fourth one is OFDM in terms of peak to average power ratio. So this is all. I will conclude now. FPLC and DFDM are pulse-based techniques. I am not talked about filter, sub-filtering, which are UFMC and filter OFDM, etc., etc. I have talked only pulse-based techniques. So does not require orthogonal signals, that is synchronization. It does not require rectangular pulses. We are using other pulse, say like range, cosine pulse, etc., etc. Hence we are able to get better result, less out of band decay. Spectral efficiency also it gets enhanced, etc. So it is more better. We have shown all the results. So just I am concluding. If you have any question, please do ask. Otherwise, thank you from my side.
Okay. Thank you very much. Next fab is applications of machine vision fuel fabrication by G. Sai Krishna from NFC Hyderabad.
Today I am presenting applications of machine vision PHW fuel fabrication. PHW is nothing but pressurized heavy water reactor, one of the nuclear power plant. There is some introduction. I will just go through quickly. As we can see, the India's per capita energy consumption, it is only 6438. It is far below the world average. So there is tremendous need to increase this per capita energy consumption because the development index depends upon the per capita energy consumption. And if we want to increase this one, we have to find what are the energy resources available in India. So these are the billion tons of coal equivalent. So as we can see, radioactive material, nuclear power has tremendous capacity to meet the energy requirements of India. And you can see the comparison of land requirement and fuel requirement also. So in these two cases, the nuclear power has advantages compared to the fossil fuel based power plants. So this is just, and this is the 3-stage Indian nuclear power program. This has been formulated by our founder of nuclear power program, Sri Homi Jahangir Baba. So in the first stage, whatever available resources, uranium resources in India, we use those in the first stage. And those after, as this is a closed fuel cell, we will reprocess the material and we will get the plutonium from this as a byproduct. And this plutonium we use in the second stage, hospital reactors. And for the second stage, we will use thorium blanket. And from this thorium blanket, we get uranium-233 as the fissile material. And in the third stage, we will use this uranium-233 and thorium as a droplet. And it will treat uranium-233 and it will be used further. So at the third stage, we will be self-sufficient and we can have enormous amount of energy. Presently, we are at the second stage. So these are all the nuclear power plants available in India. 2 reactors are coming at Rajasthan, 2 reactors are coming at Hyderabad, and imported reactors are coming at Lamphini. So this is the power electronic PHW, where we load the PHW fuel bundle into this area. This is the reactor basis where the nuclear fission is happening and the power is, the energy is being extracted. We can see the size of this calendar compared to the map. So these are the coolant channels wherein we load the fuel bundle. So just these manufacturing of the fuel bundle is the responsibility of the nuclear fuel complex situated at Hyderabad. It will get the raw material from UCI Limited Corporation and they have limited from its mining site, and it will be converted into the nuclear fuel bundle which is used in the nuclear power reactors. So this is 19-element PSWR fuel bundle which is used for 240 megawatt electrical, and this is 37-element which will be used for 540 megawatt electrical. There are also different components of PSWR fuel bundle. Now coming to the topic, machine vision is a field of computer science which focuses on providing imaging-based automatic inspection and analysis techniques for a variety of industrial applications including process control, robot guiding and automatic inspection. Out of many machine vision applications running at NFC, I would like to cover two applications. One is PSWR field bundle inspection and PSWR field bundle inspection. The PSWR field bundle, this is the PSWR field bundle. Basically what we are doing, so we are ensuring the wet spots, I mean the quality of the wet spots, the presence of the wet spot as well as the size of the wet spot by using image processing techniques. So this is the machine vision system architecture and this is the real implementation of the system. As you can see, this is completely automated. We have automatic robot based end-to-end welding system is there. After completion of all the welds, this robot will feed the bundle into this imaging station and give necessary trigger pulses to the imaging system. So after receiving the trigger pulses, this imaging system will take the images of on the both sides and it will feed that image to the image processing algorithm. This image processing algorithm will ensure the healthiness of all the weld spots and it will share the results to the robot. The robot will unload this bundle based on the results of the processing to the accept conveyor or to the reject conveyor. So basically imaging system, these are all the subsystems of the imaging system we have. We are using bright field diffuse LED illumination and we have camera lens and the different parameters of the camera lens like focal length is 8 mm and we are using camera, CCD camera and the sensor size is 130.
So please, could you please indicate that?
Yes. So for this machine vision system, the field of view is 160 mm by 120 mm and the object to the camera distance is 275 mm. So basically any image processing algorithm will have these three stages: image acquisition, image pre-processing, feature extraction, rule engine, decision maker. So this is the input image given from the camera and this is the output of the image pre-processing probe where we can extract the useful features. As we can see, these are all the small spots, whatever we have to check the presence of these wet spots and these wet spots should have a minimum required area. So from these we can see that all these wet spots are in a radial direction pointing to the axis of the bundle and as we are using the bright field diffuse illumination, the contour of these wet spot is, across the contour of this weld spot, we have a huge intensity variation, I can say intensity contrast. So if we take the gradient in this direction, and we can estimate, we can derive all the points along the contour of the weld spot. So this technique we have used in this machine application. So this is some of the results of this algorithm. So left side is the input image, right side is the output image. And these black circles are indicated by the algorithm and it has detected weld spot and it said OK. This is here the weld spots are missing, so algorithm has not detected. And the one more application is the PSWR field element inspection. Here we are having spaces to the field elements. These spaces are used to provide the inter-element spacing between the elements so that the effective heat removal will be there. Spaces are not there, then there will be a hotspot and there will be a localized melting of the element which may leak the radioactive material to the coolant chamber.
So this is I have to remind you that you have to go to the conclusion.
So this is the last slide. So yeah. So this is
spacer part that we have to detect its orientation. This is the correct orientation, this is the reverse orientation. In this one also we have used bright and diffuse illumination. When it is in the correct orientation, the intensity values will take almost greater than 150, and if it is in the reverse direction, this portion will become dark and the intensity values are all less than 100. So this will give a very good indication of the correct orientation or wrong orientation. So in concluding, machine vision always plays a major role in automated industries and in manufacturing industries. This has made with the techniques like deep learning and Industry 4.0, cloud computing, faster processors and data integration tools have increased the potential of machine vision in the manufacturing sector. In fact, in this spacer part reverse orientation technique, we are sharing these details to the server, and from the server to the mechanical maintenance engineer, a reminder will be coming. So whenever there is a large number of such defects, so mechanical engineer will go and he will check this vacuum peak devices and he will take the corrective action. Thank you. If you have any questions, please.
Extremely interesting and useful work that is being done. Thank you very much. I think with this we conclude the session. Yeah.
Now I request the presenters G. Sai Krishna Garu to come over the dais. I request our chairman sir to present, give away memento to G. Sai Krishna Garu. Thank you, sir. Next, SP Yadav, G. Hyderabad. SP Yadav, sir. Please come over the dais and receive. Thank you. Now I...
Excuse me, sir.
One more, sir. The rest of the papers will be presenting tomorrow in the ground floor, 9:30 to 11 a.m. Please be available. Thank you.
Take command seats, please. Come in the front and take your seats.
What is it? Please, all of you, please come.
Annual IT Convention 2022 being physically hosted this year after a 2-year gap. Now, due to the length of the list of the awardees, I request that all the awardees promptly arrive on the stage when their names are called. So, before we talk about the winners, IIT want to recognize the hard work of the expert jury members who play a big role in choosing the winners every year. Their unwavering support, constructive criticism, and insightful ideas about IT nominations deserve special thanks and recognition on this occasion. We would also like to express our deepest appreciation to IT Board of Awards for their relentless support and guidance to us throughout the year for awards-related activities. So, ladies and gentlemen, the IT Awards ceremony is an annual IT event which acknowledges outstanding achievements of individuals in the field of electronics, telecom, IT and related areas through its various awards. So for the benefit of the individuals who are unable to present today for a number of reasons, IT will display slides side by side highlighting the awardees' names and the prize they have received. So I ask the President-elect and outgoing President and the incoming President, both of them to please come on the dais. General, of course, Secretary General, Group Captain. Speaker of the previous lecture, Professor Arun Kumar, and he has been awarded in recognition of his outstanding contributions to research and development of advanced technologies in the field of underwater electronics. His extensive work has resulted in several applications. I invite Professor Arun Kumar. Please come on the stage.
Sir, look here, sir.
So for every awardee, we want a big round of applause.
Okay.
Congratulations.
Thank you, sir. Two individuals, Dr. Rajiv Soni from CSIO Chandigarh for development of affordable high optical throughout light sources for visible and near infrared electromagnetic radiation, which provide tunable output of desired center wavelength and spectral bandwidth. Dr. Soni, Sanjeev Soni.
Dr. Soni, congratulations. And I think that Chandigarh Sept itself will honor you and call you.
Wait, sir.
And on behalf of the
Instruments for use in iron ore pelletization.
Look here, sir. Sir. ఇంకో తీసుకో కొంచెం లుక్ హియర్ మేడం.
Congratulations very more.
And the second award in this category is Professor Subrata Banerjee from NIT Durgapur.
Okay.
DRDO Bangalore for his exceptional contribution to the standardization of the quality assurance and quality control processes within the establishment in order to manufacture high quality reliable radars. The recipient may come on the stage if he is here. Okay. Testing, validation, utilizing simulation and actual training. So he is not there, somebody else is going to come on his behalf. Please. You can introduce.
Bangalore, by the way, the city from where? From Bangalore? Yeah. So I request the Bangalore chairman also to do that honor at your center so that the center also is supposed to give some transport. Okay, thank you.
Where is there?
Anybody from Bangalore?
Yeah, we'll take it.
Look here, sir.
We'll take it. Come, please.
Okay.
Thank you. Kiran Jagannath from IIT Kanpur. If sir is here. And this award is for his major contribution to the advancement of education in electronics and communication engineering through teaching of courses and training programs that incorporate the most recent aspects of 4G and 5G technologies. He also developed NPTEL massive open online courses in the field of telecommunication, which benefited thousands of students in remote places with limited access to excellent education.
Very nice. I don't want that to the right camera. I got from multi-control.
Thank you. And the second, and Management Pune for her unique commitment to developing teaching methods that help a large range of students, including both slow and quick learners, using pedagogies such as flipped class, blended teaching techniques, think, pair, share, and massive open online courses. She drew a learner-friendly blueprint for the introduction of new age educational practices.
Thank you. Many more.
Now the next very prestigious award is IT Professor SVC Area Memorial Award, which is given for providing guidance in electronics and telecommunication research work. And the award for the year 2022 is being awarded jointly to two experts. First, Professor Dr. Debabrata Das from IIT Bangalore for his unwavering dedication to the spread of knowledge in the field of telecommunications by inspiring students to come up with innovative ideas for intellectually engaging breakthroughs. His significant contributions to research are in wireless medium access control protocols that boost the performance efficiency of the base stations, resulting in energy savings in line with the goals of attaining great communications.
Congratulations. I remember that
Turn this side, sir.
he is an excellent researcher. I happened to be together on one function at Bangalore. We heard him very depth knowledge. Thank you. Thanks. Thank you.
And the second recipient in this category is Dr. Anubha Gupta from IIT Delhi for her important contributions to the theoretical fields of signal processing and biomedical research, especially in the fields of cardiovascular vascular disorder, neuroscience, and cancer research. Dr. Anubha Gupta. And she happens to be on our editorial board of Journal of Research. Dr. Anubha Gupta.
Just hold the hand. Put the hand. Put the hand here. He is doing it. I am doing it.
Thank you, ma'am. Next, IT Professor S.N. Mitra Memorial Award, which is given for outstanding contributions and leadership role in radio broadcast science and technology. And the award this year goes to Dr. Jawad Yasin Siddiqui from Institute of Radio Physics and Electronics, Kolkata. Since he is not here, Dr. Suma Bhattacharya from BHU Varanasi will be taking his awarded citation on his behalf. And this award is in recognition of Dr. Jawad Yasin Siddiqui's very significant and fruitful research, guidance, innovation, and leadership in radio science and applied electromagnetics during the past 3 decades.
Anybody from Kolkata Center? Please come. Chairman Kolkata. Chairman Kolkata. This is a tradition in the IETE where from the center the awardee is there. They must interact. The center can invite them, honor them, and can listen to a talk. Okay. Please.
The award is Dr. Jawad Yasin Siddiqui. By the way, Dr. Soma Bhattacharya is going to get another award in another category also.
Okay.
Thank you.
Next is the IETE Award Biennial Award, which is backed by Dr. Suchandan Pal from CSIR CA Pilani for his remarkable contributions to the field of optoelectronic materials, devices and technology developments, particularly in the areas of optical fiber, waveguide radios, integrated optic and nanophotonic devices, and gallium nitride-based blue, white and UV LEDs. His work is in the field of compound semiconductors and silicon photonics, which aligns with India's semiconductor. Dr. Suchandan Pal.
So, thanks to Director also. NCT, you can also meet the Chairman Pilani Center and give him a thanks to Director. I was always supporting the Pilani. Thank you.
Our next category is IETE Technical and Memorial Award, which has been backed by Dr. Prof from IIT Indore. But this award will be conferred on the recipient by IIT Bangalore Center at some another suitable event. So next award category is IIT RS Kanpur Award, won by two individuals. Dr. R. Harikumar from Bannariyaman Institute of Technology, he wrote, for his seminal contributions in the field of medical instrumentation. His study has had unique results, including the development of a non-invasive glucometer and the application of a machine learning algorithms for categorizing epilepsy. Dr. R. Harikumar.
Thank you. Many more.
And the second recipient in the same category is Dr. Kaushik Guha from NIT Silchar, Assam. But the recipient has expressed regret for being unable to attend this event because of other urgent commitments. So his award will be, of course, parcelled to him. So coming to the next category is IIT Vimal Bihari Singh Memorial Award, given for outstanding contributions in the emerging areas of electronics and telecommunication, with emphasis on R&D and industrial development. And the award for this year again goes to Dr. Bharat from NASA Jet Propulsion Laboratory, Pasadena, USA. And even he has expressed regrets about his absence from today's occasion. So, but however, he has wished the occasion a great success. Dr. Bharat, he will not be able to, sir, we will be passing. Nobody is there to take this award on his behalf. So next category is IIT Srimati Manorma Rathod Memorial Award, and has been jointly clinched by Dr. Somam Bhattacharya from IIT BHU Varanasi for his contribution in the field of diverse meta-surface designs at microwave, millimeter wave and terahertz frequencies, as well as for nucleating an ecosystem for fostering microwave education in India. Dr. Somam Bhattacharya. They have already been honored in the inaugural session. Next.
Congratulations.
Dr. Somam Bhattacharya from IIT Varanasi.
Now you can also come into Varanasi Center. They've got a good center there. So you contact the center. Varanasi Center, at least some activity will be there. Will you fund it?
Yes,
some
sir.
activity in Varanasi. Yes. Thank you.
Dr. D. Nirmal from Karuna Institute of Technology and Sciences, Coimbatore, in recognition of his contributions to radio frequency, devices and circuit application. He is responsible for creating the aluminium gallium nitride high electron mobility transistor used in RF power amplifiers, capable of 2.48 amperes in 80 to 160 gigahertz range. Dr. D. Nirmal from Karuna Institute of Technology Technology and Sciences, Coimbatore. Next award is IETE Srimati Rachna Pal Memorial Award, and this year it goes to Dr. Dharmendra Singh from IIT Roorkee for the development of an electromagnetic wave radiation reduction box that minimizes electromagnetic wave exposure to human body from mobile phone and the accompanying SAR value caused by mobile phone radiation. So Dr. Dharmendra Singh from IIT Roorkee.
I am from Chandigarh Center. Tell Chandigarh Center to contact you. We'll again like to honor you there with more information on your area of birthday and
Next category, very important, and it's Srimati Lakshmi from DLR and DRDO Hyderabad. For her several contribution to indigenous research, design, development, and implementation of electronic communication and warfare systems and subsystems adopted and utilized by tri-services and paramilitary units. Dr. Lakshmi.
many more come in.
And now the academician, Dr. Prachi Mukherjee from Cummins College of Engineering, Pune, for inclusion of quality techniques in student-centered teaching and learning processes. Her research led to patent applications and mentoring of PhD students in emerging areas. Dr. Prachi Mukherjee.
Congratulations. They need to picture it. Follow to center honor. Very good. Excellent. Many more.
Thank you so much. Our next award, again very special, significant for us, being women-oriented and totally for women. So this is IETE Technomedia Award for Young Women in Engineering, which has been secured by Dr. R. Selvi from Sept Institute of Technology, Pullur, Karyapati, for her major contributions to biomedical signal image processing to the development of a BMP measuring device for fetal stress monitoring to facilitate home care. I request Shri Sunil, please to come on the stage. He will be also joining them with the award on behalf of Dr. R. Sundaram, who is the initiator of this award.
Delhi Center, anybody from Delhi Center?
Next award is IETE Shri Devi Singh Tyagi Memorial Award, which has received the highest number of nominations entries this year. So before I announce the winner of the category, I would like to welcome Shri R.C. Tyagi, cousin of the award's creator, Dr. R.K. Tyagi, former chairman of Hindustan Aeronautics Limited, to join us on the stage as IETE presents their family award to the winner. And the winner is Shri Kishore Dutt Nuli, President and Joint Managing Director, Sept Technologies Limited, Hyderabad, for his innovative work in developing the Zen anti-drone system, which defends sensitive regions from drone risk threats. He is the primary inventor. So I would like to read the reason for why they are getting this award. For his innovative work in developing the Zen anti-drone system which defends sensitive regions from drone-based threats. He is the primary inventor of 67 patent applications and excels in conceiving new ideas. Would you like to share some thoughts?
You should get many more.
P.P. Malhotra Memorial Award, which is conferred on IT organizational member. This year it goes to IT organization member KG Smaya Institute of Engineering and Information Technology, Mumbai, for their outstanding efforts in implementing 7 unique research projects in the field of electronics in conjunction with national, international, government and private organizations. And as socially responsible educators, the organization conducts ethical, value-based workshops as part of its community development initiatives.
We are promoting and you're done a good job.
It is Maya Institute of Engineering and Information Technology, Mumbai.
Everybody from Mumbai?
Thank you. Now coming to Dr. Sudhakar Rao Award 2022, which is in its second year. It goes to Dr. Shiv Narayan from CSIR National Aerospace Laboratories for his important work on electromagnetic design and development of frequency selective surface structures for aerospace applications with the goal of making the country self-reliant in the development of stealth airborne platform. Dr. Shiv Narayan. This year, IETE is giving out 2 new awards that have been initiated by Dr. C.G. Reddy in honor of his parents. First, IETE C. Vishwanatha Reddy Memorial Award, which has been backed by Dr. Devdeep Sarkar from IIS Bangalore for his high-impact original research as a young scientist on the design of electromagnetic analysis of multiple antenna systems for wireless communication networks of the next generation.
Please go in the center.
And the second award is IETE Shrimati C. Ranga Naikama Memorial Award 2022, won by Dr. Parul Garg from Netaji Subhas University of Technology, New Delhi. Please join your hands for her for her notable contribution to the evaluation of the performance of space-time coordinate communication systems and the improvement of relaying techniques for free space optical communications. Dr. Parul Garg from NSUT, New Delhi. Now I will request all the attendees of the main awards to please come for the group photograph in the front. Of MSME, the winner is Sept Technologies Private Limited, Belgaum, Karnataka, for utilizing a combination of proprietary mesh-connected hardware, the cloud, analytics, and applications to give quick IoT-based solutions for sensor-based condition monitoring, parameter security, and real-time asset people tracking applications. Sept Technologies Private Limited, Belgaum, Karnataka. IT Corporate Award for Performance in Electronic Components 2022 in the category of MSME for delivering cutting-edge innovations and comprehensive unmanned marine vehicle solutions to the commercial, defense, scientific sectors in an effort to satisfy the maritime industry's insatiable demand for technological expertise. So, I invite Captain Nikunj Parashar, founder and CEO, Sabra Defense Engineering Private Limited, Pune, to the stage.
Dr. Sept.
For offering data-driven insights and essential cloud adoption processes, the organization is an active contributor to open space communities, including Linux, OpenStack, SODA, and OpenEuler. It offers productivity-enhancing analytics, automated evaluation, and industry-specific AI/ML solutions. I invite Mr. Prashant Mishra, of the founder and the CEO, or Mr. Arun Sharma. IT Best Paper Awards, very few awards in this. The winners are from different parts of the world, and we would like to thank them all from the bottom of our hearts for their good contribution in IT journals. I request whoever is present here today in the crowd should come quickly on the stage upon being called their names. ITSK Mitra Memorial Award for Best Research-Oriented Paper. It goes to Saurabh Gupta, Ajit Kumar Sahu, Upen Kumar for their paper, which has been published in May-June 2021 issue of IT Technical Review. Second, in the same category, Varun Gupta and Monica Mittal for their paper entitled RT Detection in ECG Signal using Europer and Principal Component Analysis, published in IT Journal of Research. Is she there? Anyone from this category? Moving on, IT JC Bose Memorial Award for the Best Engineering-Oriented Paper. It jointly goes to Sharab K. Mishra, Dharmendra K. Upadhyay, and Manisha Gupta for their paper titled Search of Optimal S to Z mapping function for IRR filter designing without frequency pre-warping, published in Journal of Research. And the other authors, Mohammad Panahi, Mohammad Hashmipur, KVN Navi, those who are not from here.
I'll collect on the
Please. For this category?
Yeah, that.
For Sharad K. Mishra, no?
Dharmendra Kumar Upadhyay.
Please come on the stage.
I will collect.
Sharad K. Mishra, Dharmendra K. Upadhyay, Manisha Gupta, Dr. Paral Gupta should be correcting their citation.
After the program center, the IT will publish. They must be highlighted on the publication on the website.
And the authors are from Bangladesh. They have not confirmed their participation. This is M. Saha Memorial Award. Next is ITPS Krishna Memorial Award for the Best System-Oriented Paper. It goes to T. Praveen Kumar, S. Subramanian, and Maheshwara Saitulu for their article Power Flow Management. It is published in IT Journal of Research. If any of the authors or anyone is here, paper contributed by authors working in industry. It goes to Pramod Kumar, Swati Vaid, Shailendra Singh, Jitendra Kumar, Amish Kumar, Shantanu Dwari for their paper titled Design of 3D Printed Multi-Wavelength ERA, published in IT Technical Review. So, Dr. Shailendra Singh.
Congratulations. Canada also is an organization. Okay. Thank you.
So next category, IETE Government Memorial Award for the best paper on the topic of journal address. This year goes to Vijay Kahuja and T.N. Nagabhushan for their article titled A Comparative Study of Existing Machine Learning Approaches for Parkinson's Disease Detection from IETE Journal of Research. Anyone from this category? Now, IETE Student Journal Award is typically presented annually to best papers published in IETE Journal of Education. This year, however, IETE has selected 4 outstanding papers, 2 for each of these awards in the category. So I'll be calling out the papers and the authors of any of these papers. Any authors of any of these papers, they are welcome here and they can correct their citations as well matters. So which are characterization of test sets for multiple faults in combination network, Pramod Ranjan Bhattacharya. For his paper, IETE Journal of Education, if he is here. Perceived usefulness, perceived ease of use in ICT support and use of teachers by Nicholas Nuli, Peter Yusufu, and Subodh Keshwani. Next, a 360-degree video surveillance module for forest railway tracks by Aritra Acharya. Next, Apollo, a classical piano composer using long, short-term memory by Om Prakash Yadav, Daryl Fernandez, Vishal Dubey, and Marilyn D'Souza. Any of the authors of the author? Lead author? The fact that there are very, very few awardees this year, we would want to tell the audience that it is great to see the MIT awardees that they have maintained their positions this year as well as which is an accomplishment in of itself only. So we start with the MIT Council Award 3. It goes to Ghanta Philomen Matthews for securing 7.0 GPA and completing part 2 of section B. In one attempt without exemptions in December 2021. Of section B of IETE in one attempt without any exemptions. Upendra Kumar. Next, IETE Council Prize 5. We have Muktipada Malik for securing 7.87 CGPA for completing IETE in 3 years without exemptions for electronics and telecom stream. Muktipada Malik. In the next category, Upendra Kumar, once again, in IETE Council Prize 5, but he's not here. Okay, with this we come to an end.
Somebody is not smiling down.
Excuse me. Yeah, fine. Okay.
Council members also join. Yes, sir. संजय हो गया क्या?
Yes, sir.
बोलो ना.
हो गया सर.
Thank you. Great congratulations to all of you. Great congratulations to everyone. Many congratulations to all of you. Please press through your networking.
both of you will be
Atmanirbhar is going to give you not only 100 years, 150 years to dance again. But still, everybody is enjoying. Before that, I think that they are going to have small memento distribution to all GC members.
Opportunity is given to you. You are such a young person. You already claimed you are youngest person. You are the youngest president.
Nobody can take.
It is a great honor to be in a Hyderabad center. It's a very, very vibrant center. And I'm a lucky president to be. And it is dedicated about. I am so blessed and luckily, and I've seen the whole center is so blessed. As IETE president as on date, I put on record, and today I signed in the minutes of the center. Whatever was done by the IETE. Hyderabad, give it up. Thank you.
Next, I take the privilege to invite Professor Dr. J.W. Bakal, sir. Eminent Thank you, sir.
Sir, one more.
So now I take the privilege to invite Professor Dr. V. Gunshekar Reddy, sir. Thank you, sir. Now we take the privilege calling Professor Dr. K.T.V. Reddy, sir.
Now it is his turn. We are proud of you. Has longest time in the tenure of IETE.
Look here, sir. Look here. Sir.
Thank you, sir.
Ready? Sir, come look, sir. Sir. Thank you.
We are very thankful. So nice.
Now we take the privilege to call upon Dr. A.K. Saini, sir.
Sir, one more, sir. Sir, come look.
Thank you, sir.
No, thank you.
Next, we invite Professor Dr. A.P. Thakare, sir.
Sir, ready? Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am.
मेरे साथ ये my wife is also there.
पूरा सामान लेके दोबारा करना पड़ता है।
I request Dr. Nilesh to sing a song.
Yes, sir. I will sing.
So we request Dr. Gunshekar Reddy, sir, please join.
Which center we are, once we are together, is an IT fraternity.
Yes.
Our ladies are also part of us. So let's enjoy the events when we meet together. Apart from the technical programs, but when we meet in the evening, we enjoy. Okay? Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Very good.
Tolerate also.
Thank you, madam.
Not tolerate, you learn.
Thank you. वो टमाटर
छोटी सी हास्य कविता है कि पिता पुत्र निकले साथ कैसे निकले साथ कुछ ही दूर गई थी जोड़ी वहां खड़ी थी केले की रेड़ी केले देखे पुत्र ललचाया मुंह में पानी भर भर आया आशा से पिता को देखा पर पिता ने अवहेलना से टोका बोला ये भी तो कोई केले हैं तो केलियां हैं केले तो बड़े बड़े अम्बाला में मिलते हैं आगे बढ़े झटक कर हाथ फिर भी दोनों थे तो साथ
वाह 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 क्या
आगे देखे रसभरे खाल ग्रंथियां हुई बेलगाम
करना
आशा से पिता को देखा
वाह वाह
पिता को
वेरी गुड
तरस ना आया फिर वही रवैया अपनाया बोले ये भी कोई आम है ये तो अमिया है अमिया आम तो बड़े बड़े अम्बाला में मिलते हैं कुछ ही दूर गई थी आगे मेरा पुत्र से मित्र एक आगे बोला ये तो तुम्हारे पापा हैं बोला पुत्र मुंह लटका के ये भी कोई पापा है ये तो पापी है
जोहरत भी तुझे मालूम नहीं, तू अभी तक हंसी और मैं जवान, तुझे कुर्बान मेरी जान मेरी जान। मेरी जोहरत भी तुझे मालूम नहीं, तू अभी तक हंसी और मैं जवान, तुझे कुर्बान मेरी जान मेरी जान।
Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am.
फीडबैक తీసుకురా ఎక్కడ పని
अरे पूरा वेरी गुड।
सर सब मजा ये सर all of you are my family. That is IETE. So we are a single family. No serious. If there is serious intent, sir. Sir, it's all.
हम सबको नचवाते हैं
बिल्कुल क्यों नहीं हमने तो
इन्होंने तो गाना का काट सुना दिया
वो गाना गा के दर्ज फोकस करो भाई
Look here, sir. Look here.
Thank you.
Come here. Go in that photo.
सर सिंह सर इसको छोड़ देना सर, आप तो हो गया आपको।
नहीं हुआ नेक्स्ट
आपका बाद में आएगा ना आपको।
अभी अभी
रहने दो सर, अच्छा है
Okay.
सर मैडम किधर है?
इसके लिए ये ले जाएंगे
Government Bangalore Center.
Sir, thank you to my center, sir, for giving this.
You are not asked why should they are.
Thank you, Secretary, sir. Thank you, Chairman, sir. Thank you,
So we request Dr. Pramod Kumar Singhal sir, Chairman Bhopal Center, please join
Look here,
with
sir.
us.
Put this. Choose to put this.
Thank you sir, thank you ma'am. Now we request Dr.
I'm definitely to Dr. Mukta, he'll be very happy. Very
Look here, sir. Look here.
Thank you. On behalf of
Please, John,
Major Mr.
Thank you, sir. So now we request Colonel Dr. Bipin Pandey, sir, Chairman, Noida Center.
Sir, all good luck. He's not there.
He is the ideal of
Thank you, ma'am.
Very good.
What do you want, Ashokula?
Thank you, sir. Now I request
ఆయన వదిలేసి ఆయన ఇంటి వరకు ఆయన
one bag for one, sweet one for number one. Oh, ज़्यादा खाए तो बहुत ज़्यादा हो जाएगा इसलिए
But take one biscuit box, sir.
good good.
Sonpal, for this song you have to become Shamir Kapoor. It is just like Shamir Kapoor. Fine. Repeat.
Those who are not there, they can join.
కేర్ సార్ చూడమని అట్లా
Which we had like this for 10 years before. I can tell you, I can't forget the way Hyderabad Center made an excellent beginning of what we used to conduct 10 years before. Hats off to Hyderabad Center. I am telling you, they have covered everyone. I am watching. This is a very good spirit, sir. Everybody has strengths and weakness. Do you agree with me? We take their strengths and go forward. I am immensely happy as a president of IETE 2022-23. My colleagues, I am here in Hyderabad. They have an excellent job and they had helped me in my dream of taking the first day, and we could do it what I am dreaming, what I want to do. Sir, I want to individually thank. Sorry, I complete. This is what we want, and see, with all your support, we want to do like this and much more happily with the family members for the next 1 year. This is my promise with all the support of my friends and council members. Thank you very much. I am very much moved personally. I am very happy. Thank you again, Hyderabad team. Big hooray for Hyderabad Center. Thank you.
On behalf of all the ladies.
To the staff of IETE. As a council members, we always have been at various places like the Kathmandu earlier and then others. We have been. The first time where our staff is.
Sanjay. Staff. Like I am also staff in a college. Staff means I am not telling see. They are such a great people. The success of today, what we are all able to do it is the effort of these people which they are doing heartfelt and involving. Thank you very much, Mr. Sanjay. God bless you. We are all very happy and the credit goes to all of us, and it started again, I use the word, I am very happy that this is what I want to do in future for 1 year. Sky
right, this is what we want to do it. Thank you very much.